If you see the way men they fear their wife for UK, if you see the way men they fear their wife when they marry, wife where you marry well, do bride price, do traditional, do white wedding, do everything. You go reach UK, you go they fear her. No where you dey for Bible for man to fear woman. As well, I want them. All those poor girls for Nigeria where they dey outside. Where your papa don't carry you go. Where your brother no fit go. Your brother don't send you. Your papa don't carry you go. Your mama don't carry you go. A man carry you go. Go there. As a wife, true, you be the man wife. As you can reach there, you can turn against the man. Don't worry, enjoy, but please don't come back. Because Ejim Chubu Ayagi, don't come back. I beg, please don't come back. I have a some men they mess up, oh. They mess up. Some men they mess up. But you don't reach to arrest your husband. You don't reach to pursue him for house. You don't reach to take over his property. You don't reach to take and go back street. Man, we don't hustle for life. I beg you, auntie, to God, to come back. Men, hear me, oh. Leave your wife for Niger. Leave your wife for Niger. 2 weeks, they come back. 2 weeks, they come back. Ah yes, one month to come back. If it 2 months, every 2 months, make sure say you dey come back. And you dey send money steady for her. And the family, and the children, they send money. But to carry and travel, that one I do support. Some women don't dara. Some women are idiots. Some women don't want. Some women don't couple. Wait till they see, then go couple. And just once when they carry go new. Anytime you carry them go, they go change. Follow the ones they beat there. And wait till I see. And wait till I see. Immediately they can't go there, can't see, say, then get right to pass man. For UK, man no get say. Man no get right. Man no get level. Nobody they see man. The only thing man get na money he get. The only money where they in pocket na the only thing where man get. And he get the way he go be that the money where man get go turn for woman. Man, they carry your wife travel. If I thought you won't carry your wife travel, carry her go Ikotu. Carry her go Ondo. Travel to Ajegule. Go Ogogo Michael. Ochanjame market. Men, they suffer. I swear, waiting man they see, they suffer. I just come back from UK. Waiting my eyes see the year, every small. Men, they pass through hell. Men, they pass through nonsense. Men, they see bullshit. Men, they see Yanyampo. Men, they see Krakataka. Men, they see Kalamasuke. Men, they see Prasita and Tali. Men, they see Shawama Abra Kakwa. If they give me chance for life, I go say no man go carry his wife waka. Any man will marry woman. Any man will marry a wife. Don't carry and travel out though. Don't try carry and travel. Especially those ones who say that they very broke. Where they poor. Where they don't get anything. Now that be the problem where we get for UK. Now, no man should carry the wife to travel. The problem where people they face for outside, where men they face for outside. See now government don't they para. UK government don't they complain. Women where they go report their husband.
Nigerian women in London, UK, stop reporting your husband. London Metropolitan Police have sent a warning lesson to you Nigerians to stop reporting your husband. For these people to go to this level, you know that they've had enough. They are tired.
You dey go report your husband. Where carry you all the way from Niger? Where carry you all the way from your papa house? Where carry you all the way from village? To come give you better life. And now you don't know say you get rights. Chineke go. Come down, go fire you. I have a bring this up than to it. Waiting and take my eye, you see, for UK. I'm not no fit talk. Waiting man they see. The worst people, Yoruba women are problems for UK. They know they use eye here. They know they use ear here. They know they take eye, you see tanga. Though the problem, those ones don't send when they cross. Our Igbo women, poor ones, are the trouble. Poor Igbo girls.
1990, Sharp Rock jumps upon the scene with the lean and a pocket full of green. The green doesn't symbolize I made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a shock. The tone of the Popeye cut shook your butt. Kids are screaming, the media says what? Kind of music is this for you to dance to? The man with the plan and the band demand you. Leave the smack and the crack for the whack, for the vial and the knock, keep a smile like that. Leave the knife and the gun in the store and ignore temptation set by the nation. Facial game cause it's pain needs a new rep. In your heart and mind, never forget.
I spin fellas, I swing quicker than Federer. I serve packing the bags bag on a regular, and I'ma tell her how she sing.
Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, my Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them, Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. A milocon, don't turn to a bilocon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asorok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. jaga jaga. Oh. Èmi lọ́kàn, ó ti di èmi lọ́kàn. Bàbá èmi lọ́kàn, ẹ dákun èmi pa wá. Èmi lọ́kàn, ó ti di èmi lọ́kàn. Bàbá èmi lọ́kàn, ẹ dákun ó jẹ́ tiwọn. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was in.
Oh yeah, arrangement for orin àyájọ́ ni, orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Am I muted? Oh, I'm not muted anymore. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are, wherever it is that you are. And here we are. So go you better now. About you better. So here I am where I am. You can see me. There you are, wherever it is you are. You are listening. So the whole enclave of it is here we are. So here we are. Here we are. We're doing it again. Of course, we're doing it again. We do it every single day, and I'm pretty certain that there won't be that many days that we will not be doing it. So we're doing it again. Of course, we're doing it again. But the protocol still remains the same. There's every single session, the same protocol applies. Click on the like button for all of the reasons that I've explained endlessly, copiously. Click on the like button if for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. I don't think anybody lacks the sophistry to know why everybody invites you to click on the like button. So that invitation for the same reason. So click on the like button. So that's the first call to action. And then if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. You would know if you're not subscribed because the subscription button will be showing as red on your screen. So if the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, then you have not fulfilled all righteousness just yet. So fulfill all righteousness by clicking on that red subscription button and depress it to turn gray. So then righteousness fulfilled then. So to righteousness to fulfill, you are mandated to do these things, by the way. You are compelled to do them. Like, you are compelled to do that. The fact that you are watching compels you too. I'm not sure if law compels you, but you're compelled to do that. So like, that's a compulsory thing to do. And subscribe, that's compulsory as well. So now, if you want to come and participate in the ebb and flow, the thrust and parry, the cut and joust, that is the one man went to more experience, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to appear on the screen and take on the topic, the talking points, exchange views with one man went to more and whoever else turns up. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. As soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, let you onto the screen, engage you in conversation. Where is the complication in that? So I'm going to spend about an hour fleshing out, just doing some gibberish, blah, blah, in that peculiar voice that I have. So once I've done the gibberish, blah, blah, I'll then let you onto the screen and listen to your gibberish and blah, blah. So that's how it works, essentially. So do that. Like, subscribe, share the links in your social media spaces. click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and participate on the screen. Use the $ at the bottom of the screen to super chat towards the screen. Towards the stream. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats per stream. I think we've not yet hit that in the last 2 days. Often instances we do hit it, but in recent incidents we have not. So we want to quickly move away from that space and go back to hitting the super chats with frequency. Good to see you, Emmy. We've not seen you for a moment. So that's Emmy right there. So do that. Like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the screen. So those are the 5 calls to action. So those are the 5 calls to action. Shall we just launch straight into it? Actually, let's actually launch into it in what is somewhat a comical note. Technology now, it makes the world that we live in a bit more complicated than it necessarily has to be. So technology, this is the clue towards the clip I'm starting it off with the clip. Technology makes the world that we live in a lot more complicated than it necessarily needs to be. Let's start it off with this.
My people, it has raged. I want you to pay close attention. Listening to Donald Trump, the condition he has given to Nigeria government to release Nnamdi Kanu before 31st of this November 2024, or else Pachanti Gofuma, pay attention. Also, there is another video at the end of this particular one from that popular Biafran prophet, what he said about Donald Trump and this redeclaration of Biafra, December 2024. Guys, listen and keep sharing this video. It's quite interesting.
I am calling on the Nigerian government to immediately release Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, who has been detained under circumstances that raise questions of fairness, human rights, and basic justice. Nnamdi Kanu's detention has gone on far too long, and it's time for the Nigerian government to respect the principles of freedom and the rule of law. I have watched this situation closely, and I have seen how it has stirred deep pain, anger, and frustration among many Nigerians who feel that their rights and voices are being suppressed. Now, let me be very clear. If Mr. Kanu is not released by November 31st, 2024, my administration will begin the process of withdrawing medical. Let me be very clear. If Mr. Kanu is not released by November 31st, 2024, my administration will begin the process of withdrawing medical, financial, and humanitarian aid that we provide to Nigeria. The United States stands for justice and democracy, and we expect our allies to uphold these same values. In addition, if Nigeria does not take this step, I will meet with other world leaders to discuss further actions, including sanctions against Nigeria. The world must not stand idle while the rights of individuals are trampled. This is not a message of hostility, it's a message of hope, fairness, and accountability. We want to see Nigeria flourish as a nation, and I believe that respecting justice and human rights is key to a prosperous future for all Nigerians. Thank you, and God bless America.
Now, listen to the Biafran prophet, what he said about Donald Trump and this redeclaration of Biafra 2024, 2nd of December 2024. Kpachakwa ntị gị ọfụma and make question in a metụ aka na share button na WhatsApp video. All the very important.
This is a shocking announcement that Donald Trump is going to fully recognize the people of Biafra. This was called the United States of Biafra. And as if Donald Trump begin to recognize Biafra and make it official that these people are up to being a country of their own. And I begin to look at the realms of the spirit. I begin to ask myself questions. What's the meaning of things and what is going on? Is that the American people do not know what's going on here? Is it what Nigeria has accepted, or what is that? And we'll say this.
So there it is right there. So it's irrefutable. You saw him, and no, there's nobody on this planet that doesn't know the voice of Donald Trump. So you heard it right there. So we're all quaking in our boots now. A categorical direction to the Nigerian government to release Nnamdi Kanu with immediate effect. Certainly no longer than the 31st of November. And if they don't release, now this is not me saying it, or Donald Trump said it, you heard him. If they don't release Nnamdi Kanu by or before the 31st of November, hell will be vested on Nigeria. Nuclear bombs will be sent to Abuja from Donald Trump. You heard him say it. So there it is right there. Nuclear bombs will be sent to Abuja from how it's the gullibility, isn't it? It is the gullibility, isn't it? So TikTok will be in November the 2nd, and on November the 2nd, then there'll be a declaration of the state of Biafra. So that declaration will be made, and once that declaration, of course, Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, he has gotten them a loan of $57 billion. So with that, they will form Biafra in Finland, and then the United States Secretary General will be flown into Finland to assent that Biafra now is the 50 whatever country now in the world. That is what will happen on the 2nd of December. The excitement is pulsating. Unbelievable stuff. It's just it's beyond belief. It's quite. It's even frightening. It's frightening what these people are. It started off like a joke, and then it turned into a farce, and now it's some sort of tragic comedy that we're watching in aghastment and alarm. It's just unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. But in the realms of still unbelievable stuff, believe this. I've got a video clip on this as well. Tinubu to host Indian Prime Minister in Abuja. So now, this is as big a deal as a news item can possibly be. India is one of the most seismic, moving the world sort of a country that we have at the moment, the 5th largest economy in the world. And it is very rare that the most you often instances see them is to send a senior functionary of their state to go to whichever country, especially a third world country. Very, very rare that you see that a president, prime minister of a country that sits at the top table of the world would venture out of that comfort zone to go into a third world space. So that is then a recognition somewhat of the importance and trajectory of the Nigerian state. There's no other way to read it other than this. Tinubu to host Indian Prime Minister in Abuja. So it's no longer a case of Tinubu to host. It is now a case of Tinubu is hosting. So it's no longer to host, but is hosting. The guy has arrived. Let's just take a minute of that. So that's the Indian Prime Minister Modi arriving in Nigeria. Tinubu to host Indian Prime Minister Modi in Abuja. President Bola Tinubu will welcome Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi for a state. Let's do that again. President Bola Tinubu will welcome Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi for a state visit at the presidential villa in Abuja on Sunday. Bayo Ononuga, special advisor to the president, information and strategy, who disclosed this in a statement, also said that Prime Minister Modi is scheduled to arrive on Saturday. Modi's visit to Nigeria will be the first by an Indian Prime Minister since Dr. Mahoma Singh's visit in 2007, when the two nations established a strategic partnership. President Tinubu and Prime Minister Modi will seek to strengthen Nigeria's and India's ties further, let's do that again. I'm going to start it entirely all over again. I just don't like the way I'm reading it. President Bola Tinubu will welcome Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi for a state visit at the presidential villa in Abuja on Sunday. Bayo Ononuga, special advisor to the president, information and strategy, who disclosed this in a statement, also said Prime Minister Modi is scheduled to arrive on Saturday. Modi's visit to Nigeria will be the first by an Indian Prime Minister since Dr. Manmohan Singh's state visit in 2007, when the two nations established a strategic partnership. President Tinubu and Prime Minister Modi will seek to strengthen Nigeria and India's ties during their bilateral discussions. Both leaders will exchange signed memoranda of understanding to enhance collaboration in critical sectors. For me, this is the probably the biggest news yet since Tinubu took office. I know the size of this news. You may not. I suspect a lot of you are watching this platform would. This is one of the most seismic news yet to emerge since Tinubu took office, because of course, there are narratives around the BRICS currency, which is that Nigeria is trying to enter, but there are also narratives around resources in Nigeria, which the Indians now, as their economy continues to propel, they need increasing demands of that. And I think a lot of the narrative is going to be around lithium, which is going to be the next gold. And there'll be a lot of deals this guy looking to secure. But what is Tinubu able to secure, counterweighting whatever it is that Modi has come to ask for? Because it's not coming because he wants because he heard that we had pepper soup and he wanted a taste. No, he heard that we have resources and he wants a slice of it. So what sort of deal is the Tinubu administration able to negotiate with Modi? So there it is right there. One of the most seismic cases. Hassan, if you have a moment, pop in, because I want your thoughts on this Modi visit. So Hassan, just hang there. As soon as the readout finishes, if you are able to come in, come in. So there it is. I'm actually I'm tickled by that one. That one really delights me. Deafening silence around coal money oil field. So I'm not quite sure which oil fields coal money is, and why there's a deafening silence around it. So if it's not too long and winding, then we can just have a look. Somebody sent this in, so we'll see what it has to offer. Deafening silence around coal money oil field. So murmurs from many towns and villages around the coal money oil fields situated between Bauchi and Gombe State are those of dejection, disappointment, and a feeling of abandonment. So it looks as though the oil that they said they found there might not be of enough of a quantity for it to have any further need for exploration. Murmurs from many towns and villages around the coal money oil fields situated between Bauchi and Gombe State are those of dejection, disappointment, and a feeling of abandonment. Movement of heavy and light vehicles conveying equipment and engineers have ceased for over a year. According to community leaders and locals, the pathways overtaken by weed evidently showing signs of seizure of prospecting and exploration activities. You remember that the Buhari administration spent, especially on this field, the Buhari administration spent well in excess of $1 billion on this. I recall when they budgeted $1 billion towards exploring this field, and I was quite taken aback by the size of the money. Murmurs from many towns and villages around the coal mining oil field situated between Bauchi and Gombe states are those of dejection, disappointment, and a feeling of abandonment. Movement of heavy and light vehicles conveying equipment and engineers have ceased for over a year. According to community leaders, according to community leaders and locals, and the pathways overtaken by weed evidently showing signs of seizure of prospecting and exploration activities. Sadly, those in charge of the project have moved on with their lives after the initial pomp and pageantry that heralded the purported commencement of exploration activity in the area. Even private individuals, especially property developers, who earlier showed interest in acquiring land from the people around the oil field for various purposes like hotels, residential houses, and malls, have recoiled back to their comfort zones when they realized that the initial interest shown on the project had faded. People around Pindiga in Gombe and Al-Kaleri in Bauchi said that the system has not been fair to them. We recall that as the 2023 general election drew near, the government of the day was all about win votes. Activities around the Komani oil fields received serious traction, and something historic happened in November 20. I don't quite know how that reads, but let me abandon that. That's not flowing at all. So let me abandon that. But it looks as though that Komani oil field has been abandoned. Tinubu speaks as Wike welcomes Indian Prime Minister to Nigeria. So I think we've touched on that. So here is the tweet from Tinubu. I look forward to welcoming Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his first visit to Nigeria, which is also the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to our dear country since 2007. Our bilateral discussion will seek to expand the strategic partnership between both countries, and it goes on and on. All right, let's take it from here, actually. Yes, I look forward to welcoming Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his first visit to Nigeria, which is also the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to our dear country since 2007. Our bilateral discussions would seek to expand the strategic partnership between the two countries and enhance cooperation in critical sectors. So it says, welcome to Nigeria, PM Modi. So there it is right there. And there is Modi then stepping off the flight. I think we've already seen that. Received, of course, by the landlord of Abuja, which is the minister of the FCT, Yemson Wike. So there he has been received there. So there it is. A seismic piece of news. Going back to the Southeast. I won't obey Nnamdi Kanu's instructions to end sit at home in the Southeast Salmon Equal vow. So, of course, he won't. So there it is right there. I can't wait for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. I want to see how they battle it out. Reforms in Nigeria under Tinubu not working. Inflation still in double digits. This is the IMF. So there's always we seem to be getting conflicting information from the IMF. So in instances, they will tell us that the reforms are essential, crucial, and going in the right direction. And then in another pivot, they go 180 and tell us that the reforms are the totality of a nonsense. So where are these people positioned is where the question is. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, in its latest outlook report for sub-Saharan Africa, has indicated that, but this is coming out of Sahara reporters though, so you have to put that inflection on it. They know how to paint any news into a bad news. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, in its latest outlook report for sub-Saharan Africa, has indicated that the broad-based economic reforms embarked upon by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, led Nigerian government, are still struggling for a positive impact 18 months after commencement. So, struggling from a positive shows no reforms in Nigeria under Tinubu not working. So that's a different inflection from what is being reported. It's a bit like that Ondo piece that landed on Tinubu being an active CIA agent. The IMF report released released on Friday categorically stated that Nigeria's reforms are failing to meet the desired result. Whilst the global bodies report acknowledged a few countries that have recorded little success in reforms, it projected average economic growth rate in the region to remain 3.6% for the full 2024 years. But Nigeria's growth rate, put at 3.19%, is below this average. Presenting the report, IMF Deputy Director Catherine Patello, who presented the report at the Lagos Business School, according to correspondence, stated that the macroeconomic imbalance in the region had started reducing the notable improvement in some countries, but she excluded Nigeria in the good news. She said, more than 2/3 of countries have undertaken fiscal consolidation, with the medium primary balance is expected to narrow by 0.7% alone in 2024. So whatever that means, negative news for the Nigerian space is what that tells us still from the IMF. Obasanjo criticizes Tinubu's leadership, describes Nigeria as a failing state. So this is Obasanjo wanting to be popular amongst the naysayers. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has issued a scathing critique of Nigeria's current state under President Bola Tinubu, labeling the country's status as a failing state marked by pervasive corruption and leadership failure. Obasanjo made these remarks during his keynote address at the Chinua Achebe Leadership Forum held at Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut, USA. So, if I tell you who was at that meeting, then you see why he may well have taken that stance. Let me see if I can. Somebody actually sent me a clip of the people at that meeting. So if you know who was at that meeting, then you know why. Hold on. It was a meeting of essential. Peter Obi was there. Alex Oti was there. The usual. I don't want to call them names, but the usual, those sort of people, they were there. So those were the people at the meeting. So I'm not quite sure if Obasanjo could have said anything differently. But there it is. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has issued a scathing critique of Nigeria's current state under President Bola Tinubu, labeling the country's status as a failing state marked by pervasive corruption and leadership failure. Obasanjo made these remarks during his keynote address at the Chinua Achebe Leadership Forum held at Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut, USA. In a statement released by his media aide, Kehinde Akinyemi, Obasanjo referred to President Tinubu as the epithet, with the epithet Baba Go Slow and Emilokon, a term popularized during Tinubu's election campaign to underscore what he views as lackluster leadership. He stated that I'm not quite sure that anybody can, with all conscience, label Tinubu as Baba Go Slow. There's been a raft of policy positions, repositioning. How is it Baba Go Slow? Within 18 months, it impacted the currency, the fuel sector, the education sector, the finance sector, the country's foreign reserves is leaping to historic heights all within 18 months. So at what more pace should it be going? So I don't know where the Baba goes. I think is that a carryover from Buhari? That's what they were calling Buhari. So maybe they couldn't think of anything else. In a statement released by his media aide, Kehinde Akinyemi, Obasanjo referred to President Tinubu with the epithet Baba Go Slow and Emilokon, a term popularized during Tinubu's election campaign to underscore what he views as lackluster leadership. He stated that the nation's dire situation is evident to every honest person. Delivering a lecture titled Leadership Failure and State Capture in Nigeria, Obasanjo warned that the nation is sinking deeper into insecurity. The nation is not sinking deeper into insecurity because our insecurity situation has markedly improved. It has markedly, visibly improved because it's not the frontline headline that it was for all of the 8 years of our Buhari's administration. Everybody acknowledges that has markedly improved. So I'm not quite sure why he's saying all these things, but I suppose the company he was in. Delivering a lecture titled Leadership Failure and State Capture in Nigeria, Obasanjo warned that the nation is sinking deeper into insecurity, division, and underdevelopment. How is the nation sinking into underdevelopment? When we've just now completed the Lagos-Ibadan rail service, we've just recently completed the second Niger bridge. We are building the fifth mainland bridge. The Lagos-Calabar superhighway is going at a record speed, and the Sokoto Maiduguri, that superhighway is going at pace. Electricity has improved by 20 to 30%, visibly, with anecdotes coming out of this. How are we underdeveloping with all of these quantum leaps of development taking place visibly to everybody's experience? It's just a total nonsense what Baba Yago is saying. Delivering a lecture titled Leadership Failure and State Capture in Nigeria, Obasanjo warned that the nation is sinking deeper into insecurity, division, and underdevelopment. He attributed these issues to widespread corruption, mediocrity, and a lack of accountability. The more the immorality and corruption of a nation, the more the nation sinks into chaos, insecurity, conflict, and disunity, Obasanjo said. The failing state status of Nigeria is confirmed and glaringly indicated for all to see. Drawing inspiration from Chinua Achebe's 1983 Christ, The Trouble with Nigeria, Obasanjo reiterated that the nation's challenges stem from a failure of leadership. He dismissed notions that culture or environmental factors are to blame, emphasizing instead the inability of leaders to rise to the occasion. Obasanjo also accused political elites of engaging in state capture, a form of corruption where powerful groups manipulate national policies, laws, and resources for personal gain. He highlighted the sale of national assets at undervalued prices. I'm not quite sure what national assets have been sold. I think a lot were sold under the Obasanjo administration by Atiku and often instances to himself. I'm not sure that even Buhari sold which national assets. The only real move to sell national assets was under his administration, Obasanjo. Obasanjo also accused political elites of engaging in state capture, a form of corruption where powerful groups manipulate national policies, laws, and resources for personal gain. He highlighted the sale of national assets at undervalued prices and the undue influence of interest groups in shaping Nigeria's economic and political landscape. State capture is one of the most pervasive forms of corruption, Obasanjo explained. What is happening in Nigeria right before our eyes is state capture, where public institutions are subject to undue influence from vested interest. I don't know which country public institutions are not subjected to undue interest by vested interest. They call it lobbying in every other country. They go look at the Jewish lobby in the United States, and then you will see what undue interest influence really means. State capture is one of the most pervasive forms of corruption, Obasanjo explained. What is happening in Nigeria right before our eyes is state capture, where public institutions are subject to undue influence from vested interest. The former president criticized the intertwining of business and political elites through family. In which country is business and politics not intertwined? What does it? It's just I don't want to call it nonsense, just for reasons of its seniority, but on which planet is business and politics not intertwined? What feeds politics other than business? And what feeds business other? It's a symbiotic, there's a symbiosis right there. It's the archetype symbiosis, politics and business. What apparent nonsense? The former president criticized the intertwining of business and political elites through marriage, ties, lobbying, and vote buying. Well, the vote buying, yes, that of course not acceptable, which he argued prioritizes personal gain over public welfare. He warned of the long-term implications on education, healthcare, infrastructure, and economic development. On a hopeful note, Obasanjo maintained that Nigeria's challenges are surmountable, provided the nation's leadership embraces accountability and reforms. Obasanjo has actually governed Nigeria longer than anybody else in known history. So Obasanjo, Obasanjo was a military head of state, I think for about 4-6 years, and then he was a civilian president for another 8 years. So Obasanjo has governed that country for 12 to 16 years. I can't quite, I will go and check, but he did have that period as a military head of state for about, I think about 4 years. And then he was a civilian president for about 8 years. So that's 12 years minimum. So, I mean, how is he positioned to even critique or criticize anything? Just passing the buck and passing the blame. And this administration, one of the worst, where the Atiku just stealing everything under his nose. On a hopeful note, Obasanjo maintained that Nigeria's challenges are surmountable. Why didn't he provide electricity for the country, Obasanjo? He had 8 years. He had 12 years to do that. Why didn't he do that? Why didn't he provide infrastructure? Which educational policy did he leave behind? Which policy? Which Obasanjo policy was left behind that endures still to today, apart from EFCC? What did he create that endures still till today, Obasanjo? On a hopeful note, Obasanjo maintained that Nigeria's challenges are surmountable, provided the nation's leadership embraces accountability and reforms. In honoring Chinua Achebe, Obasanjo praised the late literary icon for his lasting contribution to Nigerian society, describing him as a great and distinguished Nigerian. So that's Obasanjo right there, doing I think I've got a clip that I can play you. Actually, I've got a clip there, a clip from that gathering that I can play you. If you see the people in that gathering, then you see why Obasanjo is speaking in the manner that he is. But Nigeria is a fair. I'm starting to rather tire of people running around this space, chanting Nigeria is a failed state. Nigeria is a failed state. If it's talking about infrastructural development over the last, in fact, Buhari did a lot infrastructurally. He completed the Lagos-Ibadan rail service, the second Niger bridge. He nearly completed the Lagos-Ibadan expressway. He did a lot. So a lot more than certainly Obasanjo did. So these are the people at the gathering. So if you look at who Obasanjo was speaking to, then you probably know why he spoke in the manner that he did.
We are focused, and we know that if you do that, if you press the right buttons, you get the right result.
So those were the sort of people he was speaking to, Alex Okti and company. So of course he was speaking that manner. Pardon me. Of course he was speaking that manner. So just a couple more readouts, and then I'll send the links if anybody wants to come in. If Hassan is there, I'd like Hassan to come in. We've not heard from Hassan in a very long time. Appeal Court sacks MC Oluomo as NURTW national president. So not barely a moment ago were we celebrating with the son posting on Twitter that he's the beast and all that. It wasn't even a week that MC Oluomo got the position as the president of the Nigerian Road Transport Workers Association. But it looks but why did it even get to the appeal court? It should have started at a high court, shouldn't it? A court of appeal Abuja division has sacked Alhaji Musiliu Akinsanya, aka MC Oluomo, after affirming Alhaji Tajuddin Ibikunle Baluwa as the authentic president of the National Union of Road Transport Workers. Correspondents recall that MC Oluomo was. Do you remember that Oluomo even went to Aso Rock to shake hands with Tinubu after his alleged victory? A court of appeal Abuja division has sacked Alhaji Musiliu Akinsanya, aka MC Oluomo, after affirming Alhaji Tajuddin Ibikunle Baruwa as the authentic president of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, NURTW. Correspondents recall that MC Oluomo was sworn in as the NURTW National Secretariat in Abuja. Akinsanya emerged through consensus during the quadrennial delegate conference at its zonal secretariat in Osogbo, Osun State on Saturday, November the 9th. According to Channels Television, the appellate court also affirmed the industrial court's judgment delivered on the 11th of March 2024 in respect of suit number blah, blah, blah. The three-member panel, Justice Hama, Akawu, Abaka, Nnamdi, Dingba, and Asmua Akambi, dismissed the appeal filed by Najim Usman Yassim, Tajuddin Agbade, and others, challenging Baruwa as the union's president. So who is the president of the union is the thing. The court also declared Buhari as bona fide and legally elected president of the union in a certified true copy of the judgment with appeal number XYZ delivered on Friday, November the 8th. The appellate court also awarded the sum of 100,000 naira against the appellant in favor of the respondent. Correspondent reported that MC Oluomo's son, King West, publicly congratulated him on his recent appointment as the NURTW national president. King West, in an Instagram post, caught the attention of the country following the manner he bragged after his father's appointment. So what does this mean? Meanwhile, correspondents reported that the emergence of MC Oluomo as the NURTW national president has continued to pull reactions. The CV of Oluomo has emerged on social media, showing his previous leadership experience. Nigerians reacted to MC Oluomo's CV with mixed comment of praises and knocks for the strong man of Lagos transport sector. So there it is right there. So MC Oluomo apparently allegedly removed as the president of the Nigerian Road Transport Workers Association. So that's that. So that's that. Let me send the link. Anybody that wants to come in. So that's the link. Anybody that wants to come in. Especially if Hassan is there, he can come in. Let me play you the clips we have, and then we kick off the session. We play the clips we have, and then we kick off the session. Now, so did anybody know that Olumba is dead? The living God of the whatever ministry his ministry was. Olumba, he is dead. But before he died, he said his son should be the next person that they should be worshiping now. But the congregants have a different idea. So here is the congregants of whatever that ministry is called are responding to their leader's request that his son should succeed him as their living God. So here is their response. Watch this.
Overeat them! Overeat them! Overeat them! Come on down! Come on down! Over! Over! Yes! Hey, no! This is who we are worshiping. This is who we are worshiping. This is who we are worshiping.
So there it is right there. So that's the goings on then in the cult. That is, I wonder, what's their religion even? What's their? Are they claiming to be a Christian movement? I don't know what the Olumba thing is. Is it their claim that they're a Christian movement? So the next clip now is Sule Lamido warning us to be cautious with our relationship with Tinubu. Watch this. During the Buhari administration, I thought it would stand for a very long time as the most detested Nigerian president. But I think Tinubu has superseded him in quantum leaps. The hatred for that guy is visceral. And by the way, before I play the next clip, we are monitoring the Ondo state elections as well. It looks as though Ayedatiwa might well be returned. So anybody and everybody in the comment section, keep your eye on the Ondo state election. If there's a declaration that a winner has emerged, let us know immediately so we can pivot to that. We're keeping an eye on the Ondo state election. So keeping an eye, actually, let me play you this clip which speaks to that space.
Sadly, Charles, this is becoming a permanent feature, if you like, in the electoral process. We saw the glimpses of vote buying in the build-up to the election where politicians in their usual theatrics were giving voters between 2,000 to 5,000 naira at campaign rallies. Of course, there is the usual distribution of, the distribution of food items also at campaign rallies. At some point in October, thereabout, we saw also politicians also distributing fertilizers to farmers. Sometimes it's actually always very difficult to draw the line between palliatives and vote buying, especially in the build-up to the election. But then what we fear, apart from the preparatory activities, is the fact that political public campaign actually commence late. Most of these campaigns.
All right, that's a functionary saying whatever about the Ondo State governorship election. So whatever it's saying there is of no relevance anymore. Votes are being cast and results are being collated. So what I'm actually saying, I think there are 90-something% in INEC collation. Where did I say that? Hold on. INEC begins collation of results for Ondo State. I thought I saw somewhere that they were 90-something% up in the collation. Ondo State governorship election results. So I want us to be able to announce that Ondo State decides 2024 local government results of Ondo. Ondo State is not that big a state, so there's no reason why this shouldn't be done and dusted before the end of this session. So we keep an eye on that. You keep an eye on that as well. Keep us informed what is going on in Ondo State. So keep us informed on what is going on in Ondo State. But I can tell you something that is going on in Ondo State. For all of the changes that has happened in the electoral cycle, everything changes but remains the same. So here is a random reporter going to do an opinion poll with voters in Ondo State, and this is what they had to say. If you're a Yoruba speaker, it impacts more. But if you're not a Yoruba speaker, I will interpret at the end of it. But listen to this and be aghast.
Mommy, I can't summer. Yes, ma. Mo fẹ́ bèrè pé ṣé ti dìbò. A ti dìbò. Báwo lẹ ṣe rí bó sí?
àdìbò ìbò ń lọ nírọ̀wọ́ nírẹsẹ̀ kò sí wàhálà kò sí ìjà kò sí kankan ní tiwa àti àdìgbòwó gbogbo wa àgbòwó owó tá a fi dìbò. ìyá mi kó ṣe kẹ. kí ló àdìfọ́ tèmi o àdìfọ́.
ìbò lọ dáadáa.
So there it is right there. So that was that reporter going up to the electorate in Ondo State. So mommy, she said, have you voted? And she replied, yes, we have voted. Everything is going peacefully. We've gone to cast our votes and we have collected our money. And she repeated it twice till the lady next to her said, oh, you can't say that. And then she wanted to double down on it and then the thing cut off. So everything changes but remains the same. What she did not tell us though was who paid her, but there it is. Everything changes but remains the same in Nigeria. Everything changes but remains the same in Nigeria. So now this next clip now, I didn't really like it when I saw it because they would exploit anything and everything for political gains and political purposes, but including children. And I always recoil when they exploit children. But then, of course, everything fair game in politics. But is this fair game, though? Watch this. All right, so I didn't like that. So Fubara is now using the school children, the school kids in River State as pawns in his political battle with Wike. So I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. So now this next clip. This is a random thing that somebody came across and sent in. So this is a lady that purports that she has visited every single one of the 36 states in Nigeria. She's done a list of the top 5 that are her favorite, but she's also done a list of the bottom 5, shall we say, that are her least favorites. So I'm going to play you the clip now. She will tell you who the bottom 5 states in Nigeria are and the reasons why they are. So watch this. Right. So I certainly will be following that girl. I found her on on her Instagram. So her least favorite cities are Kano, number 5, Kebbi, because there's just nothing there. Not even and I can understand that, because when you think of Kebbi, you quickly want to move your thoughts to something else. It's nothing of anything. It's just I don't even know. Is there anything? Is there even a human being in Kebbi? Is really where the question is. So our least favorites were Kano, Kebbi, Rivers, Imo State, and Anambra, her least favorite, because it evokes fear in her, is what she said. But then, of course, she doesn't stand alone. Even the Anambrarians, the who live there, the state evokes fear in them. So that's her list. She of course said she will go back again to create better memories. Let me play you the last clip now. So this last clip is about 6 minutes long, but I'll only play you about 2 minutes of it, so you don't have to suffer the fullness of it. So I'll only play you about 2-3 minutes of it. But this guy now is backlashing to the appointment of Daniel Bwala as a government spokesperson. He feels it's a wrong choice, and these are the reasons why. Watch this.
My dear President, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, my very dear President, I am so angry with you. How could you make such an appointment? Of who? Daniel Bwala, who insulted all of us, called you a drug dealer, a drug baron. You stab all of us in the back. You disgrace us, you humiliate us by appointing someone who insulted all of us during the campaign. I mean, what is going on, Excellency? What happened to you? You will attack Yahya Bello. You will attack Rufai. You will abandon Fani Kayode. We supported you. Then the people who fought us, I don't need any appointment from you. My Lord Jesus, it takes care of me. Anytime, any day. That's the story of my life. I don't need anything from you. But this is such a shame. Shame. That you will stab all of us in the back like this. And bring some funny character. A serpentine character. You never know where he stands. You give him an appointment on what basis? We are the ones that put you in power. We are the ones God used. This is so painful. Very, very painful. That's not how to treat people. Unless you don't fear God. And to not fear God is also not to believe in God, because you have to believe in God first to be able to fear God. You just dump your supporters. You humiliate them, you disgrace them, you discard them. The person that discards his fellow man will be discarded by God. If you, with respect, let me teach you some theology. This is just too painful.
All right, so that's some random guy belly aching. I don't know who he is. He may well not be a random guy. So that's some guy belly aching about the appointment of Daniel Bwala as a spokesperson for the government. Daniel Bwala, of course, a very lot. He calls Tinubu a drug dealer, all manners of names. Said he was a failure as a Lagos State governor and all of that. So he was so potent, Daniel Bwala, that he hit below the belt against the Tinubu administration. And that's exactly why he was appointed, because it's a sharp and a potent tool. And they felt his impact during the elections. So they felt Daniel Bwala's impact, and it is that impact that they felt that they want now to throw against the opposition. So they want to blunt all of the sharp tools within the opposition space and co-opt them, if possible, into their space, and then use them as sharp tools against the opposition. That's how it works. So Daniel Bwala is a talent, and necessarily they had to go and covet him. Or covet him or purloin him, which would be the better phrase. So the purloining of Daniel Bwala, let's play the Kegite music. I'll send the link again if anybody wants to jump on. First we play the Kegites, and then we'll see what happens next.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Wela ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosonam ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. àgbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Neru Agbeche may that have nothing to do with us. So joining us, Baba. So hopefully he is there. Otherwise, we may have an early night. So Baba, are you there?
Yeah, one man, I'm here. A very good evening to you. I hope your weekend is going well.
It's going brilliantly. All the better for you being here. So there it is, Baba. So and the room starts to populate. So where are we starting it from? I'm not quite sure that enough is being made of the Indian Prime Minister arriving in Nigeria. I think it's an epic moment. What's your reading of that space?
Yeah, we Nigeria and India, we've come a long way, and people forget easily. Let me talk about India. We talked about it yesterday, actually, and we never knew Modi would be visiting when we spoke about India. You remember? I think it was Prince Daddy that spearheaded our discussion. India, whether we like it or not, India is the 5th largest economy in the world, or close to $3 trillion. Ahead, UK is the 6th behind India. The countries ahead are just USA, China, Germany, Japan. And the countries India is far ahead of includes Australia, Canada, Spain, UK, even France. So it's a big deal that economy is in Asia. It really doesn't mean that they are not wearing a white skin. Doesn't mean they are a superpower, economic powerhouse. I mean, we are just aspiring to be a $1 trillion economy, maybe come 2030 or so. But here they are already. They surpassed that. So it's a world leader. And unfortunately, do you know when Jonathan was exporting about 2.3.5 oil during his own time, India was buying about 2 million barrels from us daily. They were our biggest customer, but Desiani came and scattered that arrangement with a group of men, which I don't want to mention their names here. So India was angry because we were very unstable in that policy we were operating back then. And they just quit and went elsewhere. I can't remember the country they went to and started buying from that country. And we lost out. And I think that will be one of the reasons why they are coming back today. Because if we have just only one customer buying our oil, the economy will be easily structured rather than we going up and down looking for spot buyers and trying to make a futures deal and things like that. So I'm very happy he comes. And besides that, if you look at it, Indians were, Germany was the last to embrace ICT in Europe. And it was the Indians that went to Germany to bring them up to speed in that technological space there. And if you look at the high-tech companies in America and the world generally, most of them are headed by Indians. They are headed by Indians. They've done very well for themselves. Short of aircraft carrier, there's nothing they don't have. Nuclear, submarine, everything. They've been to the moon.
Why do you think it's in Nigeria is the thing? Why do you think it's in Nigeria? Because of course it's not there to come and discover the delights of pepper soup.
It's here to make a deal, one man. Don't forget.
I think they're after lithium. Of course oil, but I think they're after lithium because
one man. They are not after your lithium. India is not after your lithium.
Why not?
No. I think it's just more of like paying Nigeria back. Tinubu was in India, and the Prime Minister of India promised him that he was going to do the same thing to come to Nigeria. And don't forget, in terms of when you talk about Dangote today, the major brain box behind Dangote, the engineering behind Dangote is India, right?
There are 10,000 Indians working there with Deva Kumar. as
So
the
the
MD.
engineering team behind the Dangote industry, the Dangote refinery is India. So it's just, so for me, I think it's actually something great, right? For you to have somebody like that visiting Nigeria. And I think yeah, probably let's wait and see what will happen tomorrow, because I think we are not really giving that thing, that popularity. Nigeria is not really giving him giving it the popularity that it's supposed to get. You know, because this is, you are talking, not just talking about anybody visiting Nigeria, you're talking about the Indian Prime Minister, which is actually huge, right? Visiting Nigeria. But I don't know how the logistics is. But I'm actually expecting something bigger. I wasn't really expecting just Wiki and this
He just came in under the radar, didn't he? He just
so,
quietly, yeah.
yeah, no, still protocols, right? Protocols. You know, it's supposed to be beyond that. Let's just tell ourselves the truth.
Yeah, to roll out the drums and the red carpet and fanfare everywhere.
It's supposed to
I
be
expected that.
The Indian PM is not just anybody, right? It's not just anybody. So I think the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, probably they need to do a better job, right? In these are world leaders. And when you just say, oh, Wiki and
Who do you think should have met him, Shetima?
No. There are ways in which you can actually do things, right? It's not just, you can have like probably two, three people, right? You know, 2-3 senior officials with Wike meeting him. It's not, look at the whole thing now.
No, this Mrs. Ojukwu was there, and I saw a couple of other people.
No, it was just basically Wike and Mrs. Ojukwu. You understand? Not even the main. At least Mr. Ojukwu is still Minister for State for Foreign Affairs, right? So I think they need to do better. And another thing is this. Now, this is a world leader.
But when Tinubu went to Saudi Arabia, it was the deputy governor of that airport, that state, that bet him now. So
no, that's the problem I have with us, right? And I think, probably Nigerians, yeah, because somebody did it for you, then you have to. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, diplomacy is not an eye for an eye issue.
It doesn't work like that. And you just talk like a normal Nigerian. How a normal Nigerian would think, yeah, I should be this. No. It doesn't work like that. A normal Nigerian, oh yeah, I should be. Some people did it for us, then let us do it. No. It doesn't work like that. Because when you respect them, this is not just a billionaire in India coming in, right? This is just, okay, take for instance now, when all those people, PM of India is coming to the US, they don't just say, oh, probably just one person, just go. No, it's red carpet. And this is exactly what I'm expecting for Nigeria to also do. They should do better. We should know that, yes, he's in town. It's not just one random guy just come and say, okay, we can just go. No, it's not like that.
But it also depends on why he's there, though. If he's there
and he arrived in the night.
Yes.
He's there on official visit, right? Night, Baba, coming in the night doesn't even, be it in the night, at least the Nigerian government is aware that he's there, that is coming. Right? If it comes in the night, it comes in the midnight, every protocol, the Nigerian government is aware. It's not like he just sneaked in. Then let us do it as if he probably sneaked in. No, it's protocol. And those are things that I think they need to handle well. When you are receiving top leaders like this, take your time to do due diligence. Let them feel welcomed, because you are going to be sitting down with them. You are going to be analyzing deals. You are going to be analyzing a whole lot of things. And it's not just them that you'll be talking to. It's basically representing, because billionaires, is basically representing a whole lot of people. If we talk about population today, India is there. So for me, I think they didn't do a good job, and probably they still need to learn a lot of things with that.
All right. It's actually a big event. One has not been since 1977. But Baba, let's bring Hassan into
the conversation. Let's bring him so in case his line starts acting up.
You already know. So Hassan, good to have you here, Hassan.
Hello, one man. How are you doing, Baba? How are you guys doing,
Hassan.
Larry? I hope you're all
Gata
doing
malam.
well.
Salam
Sanu
alaikum.
sanu. Alaikum salam.
Lafiya ko?
Lafiya kalau, lafiya kalau, amma.
Ya aiki.
Kai, aiki alhamdulillah.
Yaya miji.
Mata.
You see? Mandala, Mandala.
Lafiya. So the Indian Prime Minister thing is more like, we have a lot of defense cooperation with India, and that is also very important. I think
Are
cover.
we buying? Are we buying from them? Are we buying arms from them?
Yes, where we
Okay.
are. Yes, we are to a
Correct.
certain. Yes, and the NDA, Nigerian Defense Academy, is even modeled after the Indian Defense Academy. I think one was started earlier. The Indians was started like 2 years before the Nigerian Defense Academy started. So everything
Correct.
was kind of modeled around that. So there is a deep relationship bilaterally with India on so
Obasanjo
many.
just studied in India Military Academy.
Yes. So and
And a host of others.
China's situation, China's economy is shifting gears, is going into a higher gear where they are now, that they've practically, eradicated poverty in China. India is in where China was 15 years ago. Now, India has massive consumption of energy, and Nigeria has these things, available that the Indian economy will need in the next few years. That is also important, and it's a conveniently it's a conveniently mutual relationship that is between India and Nigeria. We can benefit from a lot of the Indian expertise, and India can benefit a lot from Nigeria. I believe it is true that Nigeria should have done better in welcoming the leader, but at the end of the day, what matters is how these discussions are, and how deals are being made. If there's anything, the way the Indians, invest in countries is kind of a different approach from the way the Chinese does and people from the West. Indians are more of risk takers. They are all over sub-Saharan Africa investing. Well, in other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, they do invest and they dominate in the markets with a lot of grudges from the local people. However, Nigeria is in a state where it needs people who can take the risk and actually invest in Nigeria. So, and the Indian Prime Minister coming.
We're seeing an increasingly large population of Indians in Nigeria, especially within the Lagos space.
No, the Lagos thing is the Lagos state will be naturally more pronounced because the volume of businesses, manufacture, and even services that is based in Lagos.
Dangote
But their
employs
presence,
10,000 working in that refinery.
obviously, you see, so but they are all over the country, not just in Lagos. They are all over the country. They are exploring anything that will be of value to them and to their economy.
Is this a good thing, Hassan? All these Indians all over, because they're there to exploit. I'm not sure they're there for good. Is this a
Yeah,
good thing?
everything has to do with taking a policy position that is balanced in such a way that you will not be done for in your own country. And if that is the case, then done right is a very good thing. The only thing that I detest from our government is when these people come, they tend to give them sometimes free rein, to cut corners, sometimes break the law, and allow them to do some economic malpractice just to, allow them, because we need the foreign direct investments to come into Nigeria. But I believe if the government does its homework and put the mechanism in place to ensure that they play by the book and they play right, it's going to be a win-win situation, because these guys have the technical know-how, they have the technical knowledge. It's not that we do not have it, but the percentages, the amount of people in India that are doing IT, that are so advanced in AI,
Especially within that IT sector. Did you know that a
yes.
lot of the background stuff of the Nigerian banking system it was built by Indians, probably being managed by them as well. All the IT stuff.
I don't know, but I'm not surprised. These guys are very capable hands.
One man,
Wherever you see
you are still living in yesterday. You are still living in yesterday. But
How do you mean?
those major banking infrastructure are not managed by Indians today.
Who is managing them? Nigerians?
Yes, now you're still living.
The 419 people. Yeah, you okay.
You're still living.
There was
nobody.
There was a recent, I don't know what happened. It's like Nigerian banks and the last few months were changing platforms they were leaving a Swedish company and were going and adopting, I think, is it a Nigerian company that is taking over, their USSD and their online banking channels. There was something happened in the last few months where people were suffering.
No. So what happened was just that they were trying to do upgrades. So the present infrastructure they have, it's kind of like vulnerable to cybersecurity attacks. So now, in order to be able to address that, there has to be some patches, there has to be some upgrade, so as to have a solidified system.
Build firewalls too.
More firewalls, and ensure that they have more secure, because it's always easy. Like now, you see a lot of guys to hack some of these Nigerian bank was kind of like easier, like there are a lot of things that all you just need to do, okay, no, don't let me go there. But
okay, I understand.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah. I understand. I didn't know, but I said I was not surprised if the Indians, were handling it. I'm beginning to see something that is coming up from, the traditional mainstream banks in Nigeria. It's like they want to start dishing out credit cards. Credit cards, have not been something that you see in Nigeria a lot. Nigerians are not have not been exposed to products along that line. So I've seen, is it FCMB? I've seen Access Bank, all trying to dish out their own credit cards.
How are they going to be able to manage that credit cards in Nigeria?
One man, me myself, the thing they shock me. They think of the way with this economy they work. If you can't give Nigerian chance, making they take credit. Anyway, they have a way to safeguard.
Maybe they are going to charge it. Yeah.
Come man, but you were here now. You've been all shouting this issue of credit. What's this?
Facilitation, yeah, the credit call.
No, the credit score and all those things. So that's going to be the backdrop. It's not like they're just going to give everybody credit card, right? There are still a lot of things. They still need to look at you, what's your worth, and also what is your credit rating and some of those things. So I think it's actually something that it's good. It's more like, they are trying to digitalize the whole value chain. So if they can actually bring that in, and then that would also encourage more people to be able to disclose more of their credit. So I think it's actually something that's good. But you've always been shouting. I think you're supposed to have known that's what they are trying to digitalize.
Well, it's a natural progression. I think that is the trajectory when economies are scaling up. But if credit cards will just come usually for personal income. You don't rely on those lines of credit to boost capital availability for people to actually have more access to capital to invest in the real sense. People will end up buying groceries and things like that with it, and taking their girlfriends to just enjoy life the Nigerian way.
The Nigerian way. All right. Speaking about the Nigerian way, bring us up to speed with the state of play in Nigeria. I think you've not been for a couple of weeks. So with the CNG adaptation, how is that going? The Dangote oil space and the marketers now striking a deal. Everything seems to be settling somewhat, or is it? What's the state of play, especially with the CNG? Is there excitement around that?
There is excitement around the CNG, and then just as Dangote was lamenting his struggles with the cabal, the oil mafia, and the people who the federal government, has contacted and is working with to bring the infrastructure to ensure that CNG is available, then and that people have access to convert, their vehicles into CNG. So there is this. I think is it propaganda, or is it that a lot of people are beginning to have fear that the CNG is not safe, and that there was an explosion happened.
There was a policy reversal, I think, in Indonesia or Malaysia, which seemed to we judge the Nigerians somewhat.
Yeah, and I am beginning to think that there's a concerted effort from those guys that are dealing in petrol not to allow it to sink in Nigerians' subconscious that CNG is, because CNG will be selling for 200 and something naira, while fuel will be talking about 1,500. I'm very sure by first quarter of next year. So if Nigerians will have access to what they need to convert their cars into CNG, and then have access to the gas infrastructure, is a threat to the businesses of people like Dangote and the Ipman and those people. So I think they are going to fight it, even if it is with propaganda and emotional messaging. So and the federal government needs to really invest in the CNG and popularize it, with jingles, gives a lot of awareness and sensitization campaigns.
Hassan, I think this upcoming Christmas will be quite pivotal to that CNG. If the road transporters, if they adopt it, and then the impacts on the cost of travel for people traveling for Christmas, I think that might just be a real leap into that space.
I don't think the problem right now is that people don't want to adopt it. I think that the infrastructure is just at a very, very it's in the cradle. It's at a level where it cannot service the market, and so even if you have the people who are doing the conversion, they are not much, and then access to the CNG gas itself is very difficult. So if the federal government really wants it to take shape, maybe they need to do more by themselves to ensure that at the very minimum that all NNPC stations, have the CNG gas, have the ability to convert for people. If they can do that, then that would be a good starting point. But right now that we're talking, I don't think there is up to 20 or 30 places that are doing this conversion actively. So it's just around Lagos, Abuja, and just a few places that people have access to these things. So it's a problem with the way the government is implementing the whole thing. It sounds good, when people are discussing it, but in reality, it's not actually taking shape. Maybe it will happen in the next year or so, but that remains to be seen as of right now.
Because it will be a real game changer, Hassan, if they have sufficient enough of an adaptation, especially within the transportation sort of. I think that's really the space that it will have the impact the most. If it goes into that space, it will force the petroleum space down in terms of their pricing. Because the alternative is not there, and I think the biggest buyers as an industry space will be the transportation space. So if they lose that to CNG, then that will force their prices down.
Of course.
Another question for you, Azan. So I'm beginning to see, I think in terms of alternative energy being popular, I think I'm beginning to see electric motorcycles and electric all these keke napep being more popular in the north. So have you noticed that too? That is beginning.
Yes.
More people are now moving more into electric motorcycles, electric keke napep and stuff like that in the north.
Yes, I know of electric motorcycles, but at that of the Kikena Pepper, I don't think they are enough. There was a time one guy started it in Maiduguri, but I don't know what his challenge was. I think it was, around, having the power to actually recharge them, and I don't think they need a technology. We need light enough for that to actually take place anyway. But people are using electric motorcycles, especially, and that is people who use the motorcycles for their personal, to and fro. Unlike the people that are actually in the transportation business, they are still using mostly they're still using the normal gasoline, kicking a peps. That is what you find everywhere. For the problem with those electric is that there is the lights have to charge it. The infrastructure to charge it to is another case. But all these things,
Yes,
if the government,
it's a self-defeating something, isn't it? We have no electricity and they are buying electric unless it can be solar charged.
No, that's another business that some guys are really doing now.
That's another business entirely now.
Another business. I have some couple of guys that really
Larry, because if you go to most of the bus stops in Lagos, you'll find people with small generator charging telephones for people, and they are paying.
Yeah, so what people are kind of like doing now is, you have this decentralized power that is off grid, that is more powered by solar, and you have a unit. So people go there, just like you see here, right? That you want to charge your Tesla, you kind of like have a charging point. So people are now beginning to invest more in that. At least I have some couple of friends that are, looking more into those charging stations, and which is kind of like, just have your own decentralized power, everything solar powered. You have good batteries that can take things. Then you can, it's more like e-batteries, and you have e-batteries that people are also.
Yeah, it's a great business opportunity for people who have the capital to invest in the infrastructure, because imagine, I'm very sure in the next 10-15 years, the electric everything will begin to have serious impact. But I think there is some 15 odd years before we reach that stage, especially in Nigeria, where we have a lot of challenges with generating and transmitting the power in its entirety. And that will just be the stumbling block. But we are getting there. We'll get there in time. And that's just the way I see it.
All right, brilliant. What else are you looking at in the politics, San? As we build up to the festive season, what's the mood and tempo of the country? What are you looking at?
Well, the mood and tempo. What brought Trump and the presidency, of all the things that the Democrats thought were, at the forefront of the campaign and the messaging, it's actually inflation. It's inflation that made people to vote for Trump. Forget all those transgender, whatever, and all those abortion, whatever. Those were not the real issues. It is the inflation that since COVID came, has continued.
Part of the real issue. Don't say that though. You are just seeing things from far, please.
Well, everybody has this. This is also subject to it's subjective. It's a subjective kind of, because even in America, nobody is actually certain. It's just a lot of finger pointing. But what I'm just trying to say is that when in a country, there is inflation, that people's income is not able to keep up. The mood is down. People are suffering economically in Nigeria. The majority of Nigerians are struggling to make ends meet. That is the reality of Nigeria. So there is no, what do I say? I don't think people are happy or hopeful, or people are just dejected right now because of the economic situation. People are finding it difficult to make ends meet. So we don't know politically. Tinubu seems to, if you know, in Nigeria we don't do approval opinion polls, so one can only guess. But I believe that if in my estimation, if you were to ask Nigerians their approval ratings for Mr. Tinubu,
It
I
will be
think
like 30% now.
or less, or less, or less, or less.
But nothing stops it from going up tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the thing with Nigerians too. Before the election comes, the government will have to do something that will, show them that yes, this is the direction we are going, and if you bring us back, we can improve on that. But then time is of the essence. Time is going sharp, and we are almost 2 years into the first term, and as far as economic is concerned,
We're not seeing any.
Tinubu is not going anywhere.
No, we're not seeing any alternatives being presented by the opposition. That's just the thing now. What are we seeing from the opposition to suggest that there's a direction to turn towards?
That is also true. The opposition is still disorganized and all that, but in politics, a lot can happen in a short period of time. APC was, registered in 2014 and they won in 2015. So the mood in the country, it's just down, and it's because of the economic pressure. So we'll see from now to
let me ask you one question, Azan. With the way APC is doing now, do you think because what I'm seeing presently is all the off-cycle elections, there's every tendency that APC wins. Now, I'm not saying probably they're going to win, it's going to be free, fair. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying, because look at what is up, look at Ondo now, Ondo, APC won Ondo already. Now, I think Osun is coming. Right.
Has that been declared? Because I'm monitoring here.
No, presently is leading by over 150,000 votes. So
yes.
I think the last cycle election remaining is Anambra. Am I correct?
There is Anambra, there is Osun.
Okay.
I know there is Anambra. I know there is Osun. And
nobody is taking Anambra from Soludo.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Except Soludo goes to. So
that's Abga State, right?
Abga, yes.
It's either Abga or LP.
No, it's not even LP. Except,
but with Mrs. Ojukwu in government, I don't think anybody will take it from Abga.
So I think it's more of probably there is a backroom deal. I know Soludo has been, moving more towards the Tinubu side. So probably they could just say, okay, fine, let it go. But the other ones that they are interested in, like Osun, I know the governor of Osun would definitely, I don't know if he can win that re-election with the machinery that these guys have now. So most of the off-cycle election, I see them winning, and that's what I'm saying. Do you see something otherwise, or is that what you're saying too?
Yes, that's true. That's what I'm seeing. This used to be a PDP approach, but APC is implementing, the might of the federal government with such brutality that you have no chance. The Tinubu's administration is, taking subnational politics, giving unfair playing ground. There's always that federal might against the opposition parties. So and they use it to the fullest. So it's not a plain, it's not a fair playing ground. Usually when
but they didn't win in Bielsa, did they?
No, what I see, right? I think it's more of the big
trajectory.
So what I see, I think it's more of the big ballers. Like what? Okay, now let's look at Ondo. Like Ondo today, APC was giving 10,000, PDP was giving 6,000, and in some places PDP was giving 5,000. The same thing happened in Edo. So I think what's currently happening is more of the big ballers, right? Whoever plays, who is the big boy in the ring, kind of like takes it on. So I think I'm beginning to see more of our election being more monetarized, right? There is a lot of money coming in. People are now beginning to, to go more for the money. And at the end
Isn't it shameful? Isn't it shameful?
yeah, no,
Um,
it's just the reality that we find
It's
ourselves.
willing buyer, willing seller.
So it's just,
yeah.
and it's kind of like everybody is, but the major thing is probably now in Oshun, it's going to be money for money, right? Because the Adeleke is to have the money. So, and it's going to be money for money. The only thing that might actually happen in Oshun might be,
Federal might.
federal
And
might.
you know the minister wants to contest again. What's Tinubu's cousin?
I'm sorry. By the way, they will come into the conversation whenever
Yeah, I
you
wanted to add to what Larry said. Larry, do you know that the electioneering actually it is the money aspect during the election. Any government that is willing to dole out money, that's what the people will vote for, especially people from that Ondo, Ekiti, Oshun houses. But any government that is not ready to part with money, they won't vote for. And PDP has been at the bottom of this, in the past. So that's why it seems that APC is kind of like popular in that area.
Yeah, but at the rate at which APC is going, very soon, Nigeria will become a one-party state. I think it's unhealthy. The kind of cutthroat approach to the way APC is going is kind of too much. But power
I think that's
usually.
an exaggeration, Hassan. It's an exaggeration.
Are
Okay,
you sure,
let's
Baba?
do the calculation.
Okay.
36 states. At what point will you consider it a one-party state? Is it when they have 28? Is it when they have 30 or 32 states? Aggregate it for me, please.
As it is now, all the PDP states, that are having elections off cycle, what they do is like in the APC, they overload and that state with soldiers, police, and all they are doing there to do is to help the APC machinery against the incumbent.
No. Azam.
No, as an idol. Look,
No.
if you
And
look at Kanu,
that's not providing a playing ground now.
No.
No, let me calculate the state for you as it stands today. Kanu, you can't take Kanu away. You can't take Delta. The 5 eastern states, no. Already we have counted 7. And we can continue like that. So that's why when I say it's overrated, or it's by calling one party state.
Baba,
That's why I said, yeah.
Baba, the 5 instance APC is controlling one now. Abi?
Yeah.
Imo is APC now. So, but
Imo is APC.
what I see is, sometimes you tend to kind of like say, oh, probably they are militarizing the thing. But let's also be candid with ourselves. Sometimes it depends on how the space is. Look at what, like Edo, for instance. Prior to the election in Edo, there has been a lot. The players in Edo were not really helping the situation, right? And and there are some more utterances that actually came from the former governor of Edo that were not really helping the situation. Immediately you start saying, "Oh, it's going to be, do or die, fire for fire, and all those things." You are intentionally
politically charged environment.
You are intentionally eating that polity, and there's no because when you keep saying fire for fire, we no go agree, then go kill us, either we die and all those things. So don't expect them to kind of like fold their hands, right? They will always bring people, at least to make people know that there are people in town that can quench whatsoever you actually have. And for me, I think the guy that lost in Edo, I think Obaseki was actually part of the people that made that guy lose. Because it was not more of that guy. Because I think that guy, the other Igodalo guy, I think he's a great guy. But I think it was more of we need Obaseki to go down. And I think what Tinubu is doing, it's more like You know, in each of the states, forget about federal might or anything, all the political actors in all the states are also powerful. If they want to go into if they want to go into election, they bring all sorts of things. Unlike Edo the last time when Obaseki won, it was more of the presidency was more of anti-Oshomole, and they did everything to take Oshomole out and have Obaseki in. So Tinubu might, we might say, oh, probably they are bringing federal might and all those things. But let's also look at the political actors too. Because if the political actors are kind of like, make things so easy. Imagine, okay, sign peace agreement. No, we won't sign peace agreement because it's going to be do or die. It's going to be this. Let's not deceive ourselves. Because for the people to be able to have confidence to go out, then there has to be enough security. Not when you start saying everybody will die. Because if you say everybody will die, I won't go out to vote now. I would rather leave you and your boys to continue if it's do or die, because I wouldn't even want any of my family to go out. If I'm not even sure that I can go out without, any chaos and all those things. So I think it's more of the political actors. If the political actors want things to go. So, and now another thing is this. In terms of rigging, you can never rig when you are popular. Let us get that fact. You can say, oh, they rigged there, they rigged there. Forget, fine. They can monetize it, give people money.
And because no more vote snatching, that doesn't work anymore.
Yes. So they can give people money, they can do all sorts of things. But if you are not popular anywhere, take for instance, now if your popularity is like 30% and the other people are like 70%, there is not, except you want to kill everybody. You understand what I'm saying? So, but if it's still more of like a 50-50 thing, and monetizing it makes it go to like 60%, and the other people not be able to do the normal thing. The normal thing politicians do now. Okay, they know that there's a stronghold somewhere. Let's go and scatter everywhere, snatch ballot box, and some of those things are not even. You can snatch ballot box, you can do all those things. It's not really popular as it used to be.
No, you can't do it anymore because the law says any polling booth, they snatch the box. That polling booth is cancelled.
Exactly. So those are things.
So it's futile for you to snatch anything because.
No, it is not futile, Obaba. It is not futile. It depends on the calculation you are doing and the political reality. You could cancel out your opponent's strong points by integrating. So,
but can you snatch anything in somebody's stronghold? They will kill you. You won't come out alive.
Oh, it depends on how calculating you are. I don't put it past our politicians. So,
let me give you an example. In Lagos, not this election, not this 2023, that Buhari election. So I think it was somewhere in Ojo, some random guy wanted to come in and snatch, but the people were ready. I think they killed the guy.
Yeah, they did. It was last election at Okota.
Yeah, I think they killed the guy. So, but the thing is this: people can always say, "Oh, they want to rig. They want to rig." It's not that rigging itself is not even easy to rig because a whole lot of things. Because if you are not popular, probably people have changed their mind that you are not going. For you to now say you want to you can bring military, you can bring everything. At the end of the day, it's still going to be, because you can't kill everybody now. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, I think it's more of that money politics. Money politics is the key.
But so far, I think it has been a good one on the INEC scorecard, because Kogi, Bayelsa, Do, and which one again? They've all relatively been peaceful compared to what we used to have some 12 years ago.
Yeah. The last general election, there was a snatching of ballot boxes and all that in some areas in Lagos State. But despite that, APC still did not win. I mean, it was alleged then that those who perpetrated those things were APC thugs. But despite that, APC didn't win in Lagos State. So that means doing that was no longer popular, or it's not going to work. Maybe they were thinking that, if they do that, it will cancel those areas and they will be able to come back and win it. Maybe that was their plan. I don't know.
But you guys will agree that in theory, it is doable, right?
No.
It's risky, too risky.
So it's beginning to get too risky, and you might not. So the thing is this: those days, it's always easy, right? But now you might not even get the benefits that you intend to get from
But
it.
they saturate the whole place with security operatives.
So that's
So
why
it's
it's
not easy.
difficult. And even in this election, there's a whole lot of things. Social media has also even make some things. So even if you're an officer, unlike those days that you can quickly do otherwise, right? So social media has even the officers even are afraid to do some things because they know that immediately you do it, probably you don't even know who picks it up. And at the end of the day, it's almost everywhere. It's viral, and the police won't have anything to do than to just throw you under the bus. So even the officers too are also beginning to, be more careful, particularly with how they handle things. And you know how it used to be now. Even officer will even help in hijacking. No officer dare do that now because once you are viral, no way you are down. So even the officers are even afraid to even do that. For me, I think the major problem is that issue of money, big money. It's big money now. It's big money. I think
It's just so it's ugly. It's
Hassan,
ugly.
Hassan,
Yes.
Hassan.
Now
Certain area and snatch the bus.
Hello.
That,
Can
that,
you
that was
hear
in,
me?
I think that was in German. We can hear we are playing like a guitar.
You see, Hassan, this is the reason why Nigeria should never ever vote APC. But the main mistake, they should have Nigeria dumb. Now APC can control the whole country. Shame on Nigerians for voting APC. Shame on them. They shouldn't be quiet. They vote the guy in, so shame on them. They shouldn't be quiet. Everything take hold of Nigeria. Nigeria love the president. That's why Nigeria can never change. I'm sorry, Nigeria can never change because the old people in Nigeria don't want change. They're not back. The old people in Nigeria are back.
I don't think the Nigerian problem is about voting APC or not voting APC. I don't think whoever the president is, anything would have been significantly better than the situation we're in now. I think we just have poor leadership right across the board. That's just really what it is.
Yeah, you can argue that. You can argue that. And I can see how that also makes sense. And that, yeah, we have poor leaders all over the board. Yeah, I can see how that is the case because even when we approach 2027 and you want to hear the alternative, you want to hear the solution and who is coming in, who wants to come in, and how does that person plans to turn our fortunes around. You are not so much convinced. I don't know, maybe somebody will come before 2027 and so that we can listen to how they intend to turn things over. But man, we are screwed right now, man. We are screwed economically. Tinubu has really dealt a very, very fatal blow to Nigerians and their savings and their
Do you think what do you think he could have done differently from what, because a lot of quite a few people actually hold your view, but I've always wondered what this guy could have done differently from what he's doing now. I'm not I don't see that he had any other choice, but what could he have done differently?
He shouldn't have gone with the IMF and the World Bank the whole economic philosophy for one, and the amount of devastation to the value of the naira. This has never happened in the history of this country. At no time did the naira crash in such a way. And it's just the glorification of all these IMF policies and trying to implement them to the latter without actually taking anything local into cognizance on how and the whole thing just screams of an elite detached inhuman approach to it. Tinubu's government economically is it's just there is no different from having a literal colonial master over you, just dictating how you are going to live your life and giving you slave wages, and then boasting and arrogant in your face, with all those pandering and saying the poor should breathe. I understand how you feel. Those are empty words. Nigerians can look through that, and people who defend Tinubu usually come from the angle of that either the normal ethnic solidarity, or class solidarity. These two group of people, it's either you are so rich that you don't know what it feels like and you cannot relate, or he's my okay, he's my tribe man, so I have to support him. But in reality, even all these big grammar that we come and do, and you are talking about where he's taking Nigeria, people are not talking about trickle down economics. That all these policies that things will stabilize, and then the more the businesses come and they are making money, the money will go down. Trickle down economics has never worked anywhere. And the way Tinubu is taking us, that is making the IMF and World Bank have bonus, that they come to Nigeria and tell us that they can do 15 years, that this is what Nigeria is supposed to do for the next 15 years, because some venture capitalists and hawks are there in America, and are taking Nigerian people's money and all that. The whole thing is just a mess, a very big mess.
Don't you think you guys are giving a dog a bad name in order to hang it? And besides that, I'm not, no, Larry, just give me a second. I'm not surprised at your view. You understand, but let us interrogate this properly. You want the subsidy to remain, correct? Fine. You want the arbitrage to be about 3 windows, right? Correct. Okay. In wanting the subsidy to remain, are you with me, Hassan? In wanting the subsidy to remain, you have to have enough funds to bridge the gap between the original landing price and what you sell at the pump. That is one. You need nothing less than 1 billion every month to do that. Am I correct? Two, for the arbitrage, you need at least another 1 billion to 1.5 billion to support the first window and the second window. That is about averagely you need 2.5 billion every month. Wait a moment. Let me add the third one so you can come in. That's 1.5. Now your oil production, which is the sole income earner for your country, is not up to scratch. So what do you do in that circumstance, as in?
I don't want to even you see, one man was just talking about that the IMF said Tinubu's policies have not yielded any results, and why has it not yielded any result? Do you think the IMF is
No. I asked you, where those money, that's about 3 billion every month, where will it come from? To remain business as usual, so we can continue to buy cheaper gasoline, which is for the beer we drink in the afternoon is more expensive than the gasoline. So where will those money come from?
You see, Baba, I'm not even against deregulating or removing subsidy, but usually in the manner in which this was done, and the way the naira was floated, I think the floating of the naira did more damage than all those subsidy things. I believe if the naira were to be a little bit steady, Nigerians would not have had fallen, into this pit as they did. But yeah, petrol is important, but the devaluation of the naira is actually what dealt with us. And
You
I
see,
couldn't
Hassan,
understand for the life of me why a president will take such a stand that will actually evaporate the value of his local currency. This is typical IMF economics. It's not a new thing. We've seen people. No, look, Baba, me, but I am at a place where right now I don't even believe that our leaders in Nigeria are actually seeking for our mandates to become leaders. They go to Chatham House and present to all those people who are, what they do here is they just carry umbrella and shout in the eyes of people PDP, and people will say power. They carry broom and they shout APC, and people will say change, and they play music. And now we are just at such a level where when we come into these pockets of analysis and we start analyzing Nigeria, it may give the wrong impression that actually Nigerians actually understand where the government is as in actually bonding with with its citizens in order to create a moral contract of how to take the country forward. So it's unfortunate, but that is where we are.
So before you answer Baba's question, let me just tell you something.
He can answer it, so he just flee. He just browse.
No, I don't want to fall into that trap of just doing that mathematics up and down, up and down. We've done that before.
I understand. Now, let me say something. Number one, this issue of, is IMF this, is IMF that, I think it's just a general biased opinion, right? See, let me talk. If you look at the reality on ground, I think Nigeria has been faking it a lot. It's more of like we've been faking things and making it look like we're good. Nigeria was bad. Right? The economy was bad. And I think what happened was basically looking at the whole thing and more like, we can't continue like that. And for me, I think sometimes when I look at it, why did Tinubu do it? Because I feel if you want to be a popular president, you won't want to do things like that. You want to do things that pleases people, even though when it's bad, right? You want to patch it and make it look good. Now, I think he did it because he definitely knows the implication of what he has done, which means that it's going to be unpopular. But I think it's something that it's more of a necessity than his popularity. Now, I've been looking at data because for me, I believe more in data rather than probably opinions. I think if you ask me where Nigeria is going to, I think Nigeria is now beginning to see a way out of depending on oil. And that's exactly what is happening. Now, look at energy. We are now beginning to now start.
Don't sleep, Wazan. I can sense we are drifting off.
I will not sleep out. I'll try not to sleep out.
Yeah, your voice sounds like you've had a very busy day.
Yeah, I actually did. But tomorrow is a Sunday, so I don't have work tomorrow.
Carry on, Larry, please.
Carry on.
So now, if you ask me, because this is the first time we are now beginning to start thinking about alternative energy to power that economy. And this is something that is key. Now, another thing is in terms of our revenue generation, because you can't keep depending on oil and depending on foreign debt. Like, we can always borrow to cushion the effect of whatsoever we want. Now, and I'm beginning to see where, particularly, let's give some accolades to FIRS and Custom. I think they are trying to help to at least maintain things, because for NNPC, I'm not even sure if NNPC has even started remitting anything to the Federation account. Now, and another thing that for me, because sometimes I just look at things, okay, fine, how are things going and what can we really do? Right? The only thing I can say and I've said it on those platforms, that if Tinubu can actually do, which is also another difficult thing to do because it's another cabal, which is stop importation of, close your eyes for 6 months, stop importation of petrol into that country. It's another, because that's another cabal again. And I'm not sure if he wants to also face those cabal now, because that's another cabal that he wants to really face them out, stop importation of petrol into Nigeria, and let's see the effect for 6 months. But if you ask me, in terms of what Tinubu has actually done, in terms of where we are going to, this may not be popular, but the indices I'm seeing, I'm beginning to see good indices. Fine. The IMF can say whatsoever, and in short, this IMF thing, the fact that it's coming from Sahara.
Yeah, just IMF is just trying to take glory. What they didn't contribute into.
The fact that it's even coming from Sahara, until probably I go to receive the
this report on the screen, forget that.
No. Sahara can, Sahara now. Sahara.
And that's what I mean, forget it.
Yeah.
If I see it in Vanguard, yes. Guardian, yes.
Yeah,
Punch, okay.
But it's also has his own way of putting things. So for me, you may say, oh, probably it's IMF, because that's kind of like, I've heard those popular, oh, is a World Bank this, is a World Bank that. But let's not deceive ourselves now. World Bank can always.
But Larry, they don't deceive yourself, Larry. You forget one thing. Tinubu brought money in, so Tinubu brought Nigeria into this mess. I have to say the truth. I know you hurt you guys, but that's the truth.
No,
Tinubu brought Nigeria into this mess with Buhari in the first place. So
No, bringing Buhari, that is another thing that I think we are getting wrong. Bringing Buhari in was not a Tinubu thing; it was a Nigerian thing. And why did we bring Buhari in? Let's tell ourselves this truth. Why did we bring Buhari in? As at that time,
I don't think Buhari coming in was a bad thing, especially me. I think Buhari was excellent.
Let me try and clarify that, Azan, because probably if you say it, they might probably say you are biased. But now,
I don't mind that. I don't mind.
This is it. I think the problem we have in Nigeria is we forget the past a lot. And we just tend to believe that the past does not exist. Why exactly did we bring Buhari in? As at that time, there was a problem in terms of security. Boko Haram was basically taking over states. And as at that time, Nigerian sovereignty was threatened.
Yes.
And Nigeria needed someone to help re-establish Nigerian sovereignty, which they felt Jonathan was not doing at that time. Another reason why we brought Buhari in was the fact that Nigeria perceived Jonathan government to be corrupt, particularly with Desiani. What's this woman's name? This woman that was in aviation. Udua. She was
Stella
Udua.
So sorry, Larry. Zita, you can come into the conversation whenever you like. We're just free flowing at the moment. But carry on, Larry.
So as at that time, we all felt that Buhari was because probably we all felt, oh, Buhari's government during that time was strict. He can actually come in. There will be, stem down corruption. As a general, he will be able to take over the security and re-establish Nigerian sovereignty. That was a general consensus.
Yes.
It's not a Tinubu, because Tinubu can say whatsoever he wants to say. If Nigerians were not ready for Buhari, there's nothing Tinubu can do. The only thing Tinubu can do as at that time is just Lagos.
He has only one vote.
Now, even if he wants to influence anything, he can't influence things past Lagos.
No, in truth, he has the Southwest.
So, yeah, probably Southwest. And Southwest alone cannot even make somebody a president. So it was more of a general consensus. Let's forget about all this bias. Oh, he brought Buhari in as if he can single-handedly say Buhari is our president. No, Nigerians brought Buhari in. And the first 6 months when Buhari came in, Buhari was active. At that point, it was more of body language. Even in public service, you were beginning to see people trying to do the right thing.
Yes.
But the unfortunate problem with Buhari's government was immediately he fell sick. That was when everything changed. So you can have your own personal bias and or have this kind of like general popular thing. Oh, he brought Buhari in, and that's why. No, that's probably
You
someone
know,
like me. You can't even tell me to agree something like that.
you know what is with me and Buhari and Larry. I'm based in Maiduguri, right? And we bought the bulk of the brunt of the Boko Haram thing here in Maiduguri. So when Jonathan was on seat, hardly would you spend 2 3 days without a bomb explosion somewhere in
I think
marketplace.
8 local government there were
Well,
under
yeah,
Boko
we're under
Haram.
Boko Haram. Yeah, we're under Boko Haram. So we were really, really on the edge. We are so scared. It could be any day now. Those guys would come out overrun us. So when Buhari came in, yeah, he was a bit slow in the beginning, but Buhari really, strengthened the Nigerian armed forces. The kind of weapons that the Nigerian army has now, real modern weaponry, was procured during Buhari in a very, very effective way. And the
Particularly
way
the
they
Air
do it,
Force.
no, not only the Air Force, even the army themselves, their armored personnel carriers, top notch. And he was also, and patronizing Nigerian made, armored personnel carriers. A lot of, of uh, the weaponry that Nigeria actually.
Hassan, sorry to interrupt you. Do you know that those two industries
Mm,
producing that armored personnel carrier, they are doing good business in West Africa?
Yeah,
of
Proforce.
course, of
That's
course,
Proforce, right?
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
And one other one doing good
another one,
business, and
and
they in James magazine for the military equipment. I think
and
they highly rated those
the military hardware
armed
is
personnel
good.
APCs.
Works. It's good. It works. So for me, I wouldn't. You guys might not even have known me. I believe if PDP had continued beyond 2015, because I would probably maybe have been dead or maybe have left Nigeria already. Yeah. So for me, I don't even hide it. Yeah, Buhari was a blessing for me because the fact that my
Why,
family.
why, why why haven't you left Nigeria? I mean, you are equipped not to have to live in Nigeria. You are articulate, you are sharp, you are everything that everybody else is that lives abroad. So why are you still there dodging bullets in Maiduguri?
One man, is because I know myself. Like I know myself. I know where I thrive. So, and I've had times where I went out of Nigeria and I could just cope. I would have like first 2 weeks where I'm just the excitement mood. But anything past 2 weeks out of Nigeria, I just begin to feel homesick.
Yeah,
And
I
yeah,
would
so
say it's more of a cultural thing because
yeah, so
this
so
thing is
living outside Nigeria is not a thing for me.
yeah, this thing.
Okay, Hassan, what do you think of the new tax regime that the Northerners are kicking against? What do you think about it? What's your take?
Well, my take is uh, there are some places that the northern elders and the governors have merit in what they're saying, and there's not another aspect of it that they are exploiting that for politics. They have not done anything to the people of the north, and right now, and the elites are hated all over the north. So this tax bill give them a front, to come and show as if they are fighting for the common northerner. So they are milking the situation for positive media.
Okay,
Yeah,
I get it now.
so
Though it
they give.
sounds stupid to others, but I see a reason why they are doing it, just for the
Yes,
cameras. Okay.
yeah, not just for the cameras, to create the impression for
No, for their
the
people to
common.
see that they are doing something.
Yeah, the ordinary Nigerian person is a simpleton. If he hears on the radio that northern governors are against Tinubu because of one tax. Why? Yeah, he'll feel good that yeah, at least they are doing something to protect us. But he doesn't know that at that level, they are only protecting the monies that come into their coffers.
It was quite a thing when Ndume told us he didn't even read. He didn't even read the tax bill, but he was vehemently opposed to it. I mean, that was quite a moment in time, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that is the way politics is being played in Nigeria. Yeah, you mix
In the
situations
north,
for
not in Nigeria.
no,
In
it's
the
in
north.
Nigeria. It's in Nigeria, Baba. It's in Nigeria.
I won't criticize
During,
what I've not read. I wouldn't do
no,
that.
understand that while Buhari was president, the Southwest governors were had serious disagreements with the president, especially around the Fulani, what do they call it,
The
Rugatin,
Fulani herdsmen
and the Fulani
issue.
husband, and they were blowing the thing out of proportion in
Yeah,
reality.
that was the Amotekun affair.
Yeah, yes. So it's normal. It don't what I don't also like with
But that one was real. You understand? We're
this is
fighting for
real
our
too.
survival. Our
This
people
is
are
real
being
too.
slaughtered.
Yeah, this is real too. I'm just telling you that the Nigerian politician tends to blow the thing out of proportion. What was happening at that time? What was happening to the southwest? Was happening to the southeast, the middle belt? It was happening all over Nigeria. But the southwest people, the governors came together. They needed to show their people that they are, fighting the federal government for their benefits, and that gave them some credit with their people. It's the same thing. I mean, it's a fluid political situation. If you're a politician, I'm very sure you also
No, but the difference there, Azan, is that the Southwest agitation then for establishment of Ateku was not a dubious move like that of the Northern governor against the new tax regime. There's a difference.
I will not agree that it is completely obvious now, Baba.
Dubious is the word I use.
Completely dubious. No, yeah, I misspoke. So I will not agree that it is completely dubious. There are some things that in that bill,
Now,
that
let's
do
do.
not feels
Have
as
you
if
read? Have you read the bill?
I've read it.
yes,
I have some parts, not all,
I,
because it's
I,
voluminous.
I, I have had summaries of the bill. I
Can
have not
you highlight?
fine print.
Yeah, can you highlight those spaces in that bill that you feel you agree with the northern governors on?
Yeah, you see, food production is done mostly in the north, and because it is not taxed, it will not reflect, in in the way that
Revenue.
revenue. Yeah,
No, VAT. It's the VAT. They are not opposed to the tax bill, the tax reforms in its totality. I think it's the VAT element of it that they are opposed to.
yeah, and because most of the states in northern Nigeria only depend on what comes from the federal government. They they don't want the north is already backward as it is, so anything that will make them lose more access to money is not welcome, and that would mean public institutions will suffer, provision of water, the schools, they are bad as it is. The north has the highest number of children that do not go to school. So it's going to at a position at a time right like now when everything is just so woeful economically. If that were to come into place, then it will mean less access to the resources necessary to even maintain the basics of the institutions that the North needs to have a semblance of sanity. Yeah, and in moving forward, because the society is just so poor, and it's not there yet. Maybe in a few years, when there is some sort of stability and the naira has rebounded,
Okay.
then start talking about. But now it's like a patient that you have who is in intensive care, and then somebody wants to, you know, deprive that person, that patient of oxygen, and
Okay.
saying
So let me
so
ask.
there is some merit, even though I see that the way they are fighting it is also they are blowing it out of proportion. There is some merit to that. That the northern states will become at the bottom of
No,
the revenue stream with
no.
if the tax bill is
Nah.
enforced that way.
Azan, I think you've not even read the bill
I have
yourself.
not read it in truth, but I have only had summaries.
You've heard probably what this person said and what this person said. Because
Mm,
obviously, with this new tax bill, what will happen in the north? Some northern
mm,
states will be richer. States like Kano is going to be richer. State like Kaduna is going to be richer. Particularly states that have more of economic activities will be richer. Because with this
mm,
new tax bill, now I think even some of the southern states might not really be getting more that they are getting now. And
okay.
yeah, they might not really be getting more I think it's going to be more towards the north. Like, okay, take for instance now telecommunication.
Mm.
If you look at the number of people, because now actually they said they have the population and almost virtually
They
everybody.
said they have. I like that.
No, it's Nigerian data, it's somehow. So, and if you look at that population, at least virtually everybody in the north today uses mobile phone.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to look at probably a little percentage, probably we say people without mobile phone will be around 10%, but virtually everybody in the north today uses mobile phone, which means
Yeah.
that they will all buy data as in kind of like probably core credit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you are being taxed based on that consumption, which means that a company like MTN might be paying more to a state like Kano, paying
Mm,
more to a state like Kaduna, right? And
mm-hmm.
that can actually also lead into some other northern states, right? Promoting some things and opening up their economy.
Mm,
Because when you open, which means that there are some things that are currently produced elsewhere that you don't allow the consumption of those things. But if you are now getting something from people consuming some of those things, which means that you get more. And you also have the opportunity to say, okay, fine, we don't want these things. That means we are letting go. We don't even need that money, right? Which I think the northern states can still do. Take, for instance, now, if you're talking about alcohol, you're talking about some other thing, you can, as a matter of policy, if you feel like, oh, we don't even want it or we don't even need the VAT, which is good. But if you said, okay, fine, rather than using that, let's encourage more people to use mobile phone, encourage more people to buy data, encourage MTN to build more infrastructure so that they are going to increase the base of people that are going to be using data, which means that by those people consuming those data, we are going to be making more as a state. So
mm,
I think it's for Ndume, like I've always said, yeah, I think Ndume is just a lazy is a lazy senator because I think they are supposed to be happy that you are bringing this bill, which is going to be is going to make them to do their work. Debate this bill because you need to debate it, pros and cons, right?
But not only in Dumi,
But
there is
but Larry, if what you
Shekarau and
say
all the rest.
is Larry, if what you say is the case,
Yeah.
then why do you think that there is total opposition to the bill by the
So,
whole 19 northern states? You would expect that if that was the case,
but let me
Kaduna and Kano should be a bit selfish
tell
and
you,
then push
no,
for
no,
it.
let me tell you the problem. The
Mm-hmm.
problem was a lot of those governors, just like, at that point, they didn't even read it. And the Nasarawa state governor misinformed them. Now, I'm telling you this based on what I saw. He misinformed them because after that, it came to arise. No, I think it came to channels. and he was talking about his own understanding. And he said something. He said, haven't been in that shoe, haven't worked with Dangote, haven't had experience around how taxes were paid. Right? So which means that probably is one of those people that gave them his professional, advice. You understand what I'm saying? So because he completely missed it, and at the end of the day, it was not like he didn't really understand some things. So for me, I think it was just more of still a lazy job from the northern governors, because what I think they ought to have done is take their time, because if there is a bill like that, rather than instead of you going to the camera giving a position, they ought to have taken their time. They can hire consultant as a forum. All they should have done is as a forum. There are consultants even in the north, right? If you don't want to take that time of going through that bill, give consultant, go and look at this bill, give us the pros and cons of the bill.
Larry, I think they would have done that. Like,
No,
I
they
think
didn't do that. No, they didn't do that. It's now that
okay.
they didn't do that, and that's why they made that. They are now thinking
You
of
really think they didn't do that?
Kind of
Right?
difficult to believe that all 19 northern states will not. Nobody will professionally look at the bill and then interpret
I
it.
mean, that's
why
very
I
condescending for
said
you to
Very
say that.
difficult
You
to
know?
I said they didn't do that. You know why I said they didn't do
That's condescending. You don't have any proof they didn't do that. You just you talking as
Pansat,
if they're dumb. They're not
you
dumb.
know, Mr.
Mr. Pansat,
Pansat,
please, can you let me
let's just leave it for the sake of argument that
But I have some questions for you, Hassan. That's why I came on, because you're
Okay,
on.
you can I ask my question thereafter?
I mean, you've been talking all day now. Let other people talk now. You're condescending on the Northerners as if they're
Can
dumb.
you please let me talk? You have your space to talk.
Yeah, but go ahead. Go ahead and talk, but let others also talk now. What you're saying doesn't make any sense, but go ahead.
If you think it doesn't make any sense, that's to you, please. Mr. Pansat, I respect you a lot, please.
I appreciate that, but what I'm
Please,
saying, you're condescending on the guy. You say
no,
Northerners didn't read the bill at
No,
all.
I am no wait, please. Let me put this out. I respect you a lot. And when I'm on a platform like this, people that I respect, I always want to have put a lot of decorum in how I address them. Please. Then I will let you go ahead, but please let me still
No. Sorry. Sorry, Larry. Ask your question to Hassan. Round that once that then Pansat can come in. You know Pansat now, so you don't take him too much to heart. But carry on.
Okay, so for me to say they didn't read it, and now this is me looking at things from somebody was in that meeting, was part of the people that made that decision, and he came on here on an interview and he was asked, right? And he said it himself. They asked him, Sheung basically asked him, did you guys do this? And he said no, right? So I think he has more information because he's part of them. So if he had come out and said, oh, probably we did that, yeah, I would agree. But the fact that he said that, which is also one of the governors that made that decision, that they didn't do that, right? And that's why they're more like, yeah, probably there should be more consultation and consult them. They should now sit down and look at it. So that's why it's not like I just said they didn't do it. Someone who was part of them said they didn't do it. Okay, that's it.
All right. I understand, but it will still unravel. And if your position is the case, we would see in the next coming. I see there is a lot of the president is sticking to his gun around this bill. So if that is the case, and truly, I think they will cave in, but we shall see anyway.
All right. Can you hear me, Hassan?
Hey, Pansat, I can hear you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Kwana
Zao
biyu
Zao.
kedu.
I don't know, man. Now, there's a couple of things I want to ask you directly, because, like, one man just stated, he asked you, why do you stay there? You're like any other Nigerian, you're educated.
It's like I missed what you just said. Can you come back?
Yeah. You're breaking, Pansat.
which is a good kudos to you. That's patriotism, and we all have the same feeling. Even when I came to the United States, but it's not if you step out of Nigeria, you go to Chad, and then you find it better in Nigeria, then you come back home. I wanted to find out first of all, you've been to Europe or Northern America or outside of let's say Saudi Arabia. You've been to any of those countries?
Yeah, I've been out of Nigeria before. I've been to the Middle East and I've been to Scandinavia. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay, very good. That qualifies for what I'm talking about.
Hassan has featured on TED Talk, by the way, so he's not a run of the mill guy. He has featured as the main turn on the stage on TED Talk. Yeah.
Okay, he's here to speak for himself. One man, if you let him answer my questions, I appreciate that. What I want to do is, that the competition Northerners have is not between them and Easterners, right? In this world that we live in now, Northerners compete against Europeans. They have to compete against United States. They have to compete against the world. Competition is not just between Southeasterners and the North. Do you agree with that premises?
I don't even agree that it is the nature of the northerner to be competing with anybody. His primary philosophy is not geared towards competition in the real sense. But I want to understand you better. Continue your point.
Right. That's why. Let me say that this is not a hostile thing. This is actually not for your benefit. It's for the people listening to us, especially from your section of the country. There tends to be a paradigm that the North it's competing against Southeasterners, even in the Nigerian.
I'm losing. I can't hear you, Pansat. Is it only me?
No, Pansat, you are breaking off.
That is the true competition.
Can you hear us, Pansat? You are breaking off.
Oh, I'm breaking up. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, but you dip in moments and then we lose the traction of what you're saying.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I actually parked my car so I could talk without too much stuff. I'm on the road. But let me repeat what I said.
You're good where you are now. So if you can maintain just as you are, carry on. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. So now the question, what I said that you probably missed is that competition is between true and false, good and evil, progress and regression. In essence, you want Northerners to do very well. Therefore, that's the aperture. I'm not a hostile question. I'm not questioning you in a hostile manner. I'm trying to say, you who is educated and worldly and traveled out, when we are talking Nigeria now, let me first ask you, what do you think that Southeasterners want? Now, I'm not talking about IPOB, okay? I'm talking about the average guy who's not political, an apolitical trader who is somebody who's trading, going outside, buy something, sell in the market, or somebody who's just working in a bank. He's not a political animal. He's just a Southeasterner, a Nigerian. What do you think they want in that country?
They want what every Nigerian want at the end of the day. Southeasterners are our brothers, they are sisters, and we all want the same thing for the country. It's just that the means of achieving that, that's just where we have differences. Because the Southeasterners have been shouting division, 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 division for a long time, and sometimes it's very difficult to hear somebody who is wanting division at the same time, and then that person saying he wants the country Nigeria again
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I have a lot of questions for you, so I really appreciate it if you can just be snappy with some of those. So now, with the last thing you just said, there are some people who are shouting division, and then if you look at those and you want to call us Southeasterners with those, If we look in the north, we have Boko Haram, who want an Islamic state and they're violent. Therefore, we cannot color the entire north based on a sizable population that are conservative Islamic terrorists, right? Right? Do
Yeah,
you follow me? Therefore,
yeah,
anybody in the north who goes out painting the southeasterners based on those who are saying they want division and they want uh, a separate state, he's going to be a hypocrite if he doesn't color his own section based on that standard. You follow what I'm saying? You
but
agree with that?
yeah, I agree. But would you agree that Boko Haram in the north are at the fringes of society, while the people shouting division in the southeast are kind of right there in the mainstream?
Okay, let me answer that by saying no, I do not agree with that. From my own, and I'm a very fair guy. I'm not just your average prejudiced guy. I am a
No,
Pan-Africanist who wants
no,
people in the southeast. Just hold on. Who want people in the southeast to do well? I also want people in the north to do well. That's a unique position that I'm in. But what I'm saying to you is that Boko Haram, as a matter of fact, what you said, the contrary is the case. There is no difference between a Boko Haramite and your average northerner as far as uh, uh, philosophy, right? What does Boko Haram want? They're saying that Western education is not good. They want a Sharia. They want their own religion to take place. They're against democracy, right? They're against the things that we call Western jurisprudence. Do you agree with that? That's what they want, right?
no, no. I don't agree with the premise that you've just painted, that the average northerner, is aligned with Boko Haram. No, that is not the case. You see, you are so far removed from the reality, and you are setting a premise that will not lead you
Okay.
to get that.
Sorry, Hassan. Sorry, Hassan. For the benefit of Chioma, that's Hassan right there on TED Talk. He thought I was making it up, but carry on.
Okay, so let's not get
Sorry,
mired
carry
up
on. Yeah.
in that particular argument. Okay, so the way I see it is the way I described it. I believe that by the way, maybe you don't know. Let me tell you what people who are IPOP, our main extreme. If you, an extreme southeasterner, here's what he wants. He wants a constitution that is from the people. He wants fairness and equity in the country. He doesn't want to worship one individual. He wants democracy, right? That average IPOP, the worst IPOP that considers all Nigerians to be equal. The worst Southeasterner doesn't want anybody being killed. All they're saying is that you have to be fair. If you want to be religious, you want to be religious in your family. You don't want Sharia. They don't want religious tenets put into our constitution. They want Christians to be Christians. They don't want Christians to lord it over Muslims. They don't want Muslims to lord it over Christians. That's it. They want fairness. They don't believe they're second class. They don't feel that anybody conquered them. They don't feel they want to conquer anybody. All they want, and if you do just what I just told you now, they're disarmed and they're going to go to work. They're going to go to school. They believe in going to school. They believe that Western education is good. There's nothing wrong with it. They believe that it's everybody's thing, basically, Western education. In that Western education, you can also study Sharia. You are free. You could study by jurisprudence. You could study Christianity, Bible knowledge, or if you want, you could study Sharia. That's your business. It's nobody's business. That's what an IPOB wants, right? So now you tell me what the worst Muslims want in the north. Tell me what you now. Remember, I'm telling you the worst. So tell me what the worst of the Muslims want.
It's because these guys are extremists. They have killed people, and they want to. if Northerners, the average Northerner wanted Boko Haram, they would have succeeded by now. It's because they are so far off that their message is not resonating and they are left in the fringes. They are violent, convoluted ideologists who want us to live like.
Sorry, Azan. Let me just break this news. Idatiwa has 13 local governments already. I think they have only 18 local governments in Ondo State, and there's 113.
So APC retains Ondo State then.
Yeah,
Yes.
but they will resume collation by 5 a.m. in Nigerian time at dawn.
Baba, on IRF, I think they have already uploaded.
Yeah, it's a route.
97.
Landslide.
So you will win the 18 local governments.
Okay, carry on, Hassan.
Okay.
I just want to break that news.
Okay, Hassan, let me put it. Let's do it this way instead. Let's do it this way. I just told you what the worst
maybe
Southeastern
carry
want.
us along. Maybe carry us along as well, because I'm not sure. One, the connection is poor, and then I think I think Hassan is finding it a bit of a tedium as well. So where are we?
I don't think that he said that. Hassan, are you finding tedious what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just get to the question because we seem to be falling into, the trap of
It's
explaining
almost
ourselves.
3 a.m. in Nigeria, so
Okay.
he's tired. 3 a.m. where
Okay,
he
good.
is.
Okay. Let me put it this way. What I'm saying is that I elucidated what the worst Southeasterner want. What about those things do you, an educated Northerner, what about what this Southeasterner IPOB want do you disagree with? Can you tell me that? Because you've already stipulated that what the Boko Haram want is a fringe. It's
Okay.
outside of reasonable. So tell me what this the IPOB Southeasterner want that you yourself disagree with.
Okay,
Oh,
you see,
let me repoint it. Do you object to the Southeasterners getting Biafra?
no, I don't. I don't object to it.
Neither do I, actually. Well,
Okay,
do
but
welcome
one man,
it.
what I'm saying, one man.
I would welcome it. Would you welcome it?
No, but one man. What
I
I'm
would
asking is
welcome
that
it.
if they don't want Biafra, okay, if you do what I just said, they don't want Biafra. If you're gonna be limiting your religion to yourself, you don't want to come and occupy people's forests or conquer them. Biafrans don't want Biafra. They want Nigeria. The only reason they want Biafra is if
Yeah,
you want to.
but do Nigerians want Biafrans? Do Nigerians want them? You say they want
No,
them.
no.
Do Nigerians want them?
Remove Biafra now. Let's have Hassan answer this because this is the point. That's the main key point. If
Well,
you do the right thing, they don't want Biafra. If you say we're not gonna conquer you, we're gonna be fair. We're gonna have a secular constitution. We're not gonna take you over. We're not going to Islamize you. In essence, look at it from that aperture. Anybody who's protesting doesn't want this to
my
bring them
whole
in.
my whole grounds with the Biafra thing is having been somebody who has watched the Boko Haram and the way they brainwash people, and obviously the sticking to conspiracy theories to bring out some lavish ideas, half truths mixed with baked historical situations to push a narrative that is hateful and that ultimately results in the loss of life. Boko Haram shares so much similarity with Biafra agitators, than any similarity that an ordinary
You're talking about
Nigerian shares.
tactics. You're talking about tactics. Forget about tactics, right? I'm
No,
saying
I'm not talking
hold
about
on,
tactics. I'm
hold
talking
on,
about the
hold
cultish
on
nature,
now, hold on, Hassan. Let's have a
following a
let's have a
lead.
fruitful discussion. Hold on. I'm
Take this.
talking about. I just told you what they want. Now you could say to me, that's not what they want, all right? But as soon as you accept the premises of what they
I
want,
I also know that
no,
they deserve what they want. The
I know,
Biafrans.
but
I
hold on,
agree with
hold on, please, hold on, Hassan, hold on. I've given you. I am a Biafran. I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Biafran. I'm an Igbo man. I'm from the southeast. I'm telling you now, right? because we don't have all day to talk about it. One man is ingracious. I'm saying to you, if you accept that what they want is that they don't want to be Islamized, they don't want people killing people, they want a country that's secular. And if you can guarantee that, they want to be Nigerians. They started Nigeria, they brought in independence. So now the question I'm asking you, what is it, out of those things that they want? Forget about tactics of people defending themselves. Let's talk about the ideology. If that's what they want, what about those things do you disagree with? Because it seems to me that you just one of them.
Before he disagrees, we want to establish that those things have been attempted at. What attempts have been made to Islamize the Southeast?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
question I wanted to ask.
I can answer that.
Go ahead.
I can answer that. Now, when somebody comes in, now we're looking at anthropology. You come into the Hausa lands. They're not Islamic. You come there, you Islamize them, and they can't lead a prayer, and you take over, you massacre a lot of people over there, and then we look at the religion itself outside of Nigeria, and we see their tendency to do exactly just that. And then you listen to the Sadwana of Sokoto talk, and the video. If I was home, I would have teed it up for you so you could play it, right?
This
The
is
Sadwana of Sokoto in
2024, Pansat. This is
Can I
2024.
land? Let me land, please. Let's
Not
make this good.
1966.
Let's make this a conversation. It counts. These people don't forget anything. It could take them 1,000 years. They would do it, right? So listen to what I'm saying. It's a good question. They're not hiding it. They've told you that they believe they're gonna dip their Quran in the Atlantic Ocean, right? And that they're going to, and they've been doing it methodically. It's not just Biafrans. You got people in the Benue Plateau right now in IDP camps because they've completely effeminated the Hausas, cut off their nuts, and they're not going to just Plateau. But now, we shouldn't even be having a conversation that is that there's a conflict. There's not a conflict. We're trying to get to the facts. I'm saying to somebody who doesn't know what Biafrans want, what IPOB wants, what led to the war. This is it.
Do you think Assad is especially interested in what Biafrans want or don't want? Do you think he cares about that?
I think that Hassan is interested in knowing what is the conflict about. Not whether he likes it or not. I'm not saying
what conflict.
There's a conflict between the southeast and the north.
What's that? On what premise? What's the premise of it? Are the Northerners aware they're in conflict with the Southeast?
Yes, we fought a war for 3 years.
With
already.
Nigeria.
With Nigeria,
it's not
okay.
Not.
Okay, but look, we're derailing. We're going to the tribal stuff now. I'm looking at Hassan as an educated person. He could be from Zanzibar. It doesn't matter to me. I could be from Cameroon, and we want to look into the issue.
Answer,
right?
you want me to validate some of your positions, and
No.
Possible
Listen, I don't have a position. Remember, I parked my car here and I'm talking to you, and it's cold outside. I came outside to talk because one man said I don't have good reception. So I stepped out of my car. Now listen to what I'm saying to you. This is we have to look at it as observers now. Me as an observer. Let's say I'm from South Africa and you are from South Africa, and we're looking at Nigeria, and we're looking at what is the conflict in Nigeria. We have a conflict, right? A conflict doesn't mean war. It means I have this position, you have that position. So
why are you painting it that the North is in conflict with the Southeast? Who, how, where, when?
Okay, exactly. Let me tell you why I said that, because I first said that the problem the North has, the problem the Southeasterners have is not the North, or the problem the North have is not the Southeasterners. You have a problem if you're not. Hold on. You have a problem if you're not going to school, for example. That's a problem, because the world is your competition. You have to compete with Ghanaians. You have to compete with Americans. You have to. It's not a monolithic stuff. you have a problem if you are trying to
The
enforce Sharia.
Biafrans have a problem with the education difficulties in the north.
Say that again.
Where are we? What exactly is being said?
One man, please let me help
Yes.
somebody to ask Hassan something. So someone
Yes.
in the comment section was trying to ask you one question about this Lakawa group. Probably if you could put one.
What is the ruling? What happened?
So probably when you are done with Mr. Pan, I just want to give you that, Hassan. So
Yeah, so
you don't
I saw it
want
as well. I noted it down. I was just
Yeah,
wondering.
please.
I just want it to land on something that has
Okay.
that's answered that question. Yeah.
I had some questions for Hassan that I wanted a yes or no, that kind of thing, and then I'll be done. It's not. I don't. Are we debating that the Southeasterners don't have a problem with the Northerners, or the Northerners don't have a problem with the Southeasterners? If you go into that tangent, then we're not being sincere.
Do the Southeasterners have a problem with the Southwesterners?
Yes.
So who?
Okay.
Okay. Let me rephrase it. Who does the Southeasterners not have a problem with? That's probably an easier question. Who don't they have a problem with?
That's a good fun thing, but we're having a serious conversation. So I'm only talking to Hassan because he's from the north. If he was from the southwest, then I'll talk about the problem we have
You
with the
are
southwest.
circumventing now, Pansat.
No.
Answer the question. It makes everything simple. I said to you that the Southeasterners have a problem with the Nigerian state, and you are trying to say no, it's with the North, and now they
No,
said it's with the South.
you are not representing in this conversation.
going to
In this
have
conversation, you are representing the north. So just
No, Nigeria.
hold. No. Don't worry about that. The problems.
That is the common
Southeasterners.
ground between me and you here, Mr. Pansat.
Can I?
Nigeria.
Okay. So you are no
And not-
different then. You are no different from anybody else from the north. That's what you're doing. Because if I want to talk to Nigerians, I'll talk to Nigerians. I'm talking to you from the north. And I said myself, I'm from the southeast. Why should I
But you are
discuss?
misconstruing a lot of facts, and you are painting a narrative that is
Okay, then
far from
correct me.
reality.
Correct me. Correct me. Go ahead. Correct me on what I'm.
Let me just try and sanitize it a little bit. What I'm getting is Hassan doesn't understand that the North has any particular issues with the Southeast. Yes, he is aware of the Biafran war with the Nigerian state and the impact on the North, the impact on the Southeast. But I'm not sure that I'm not sure that Hassan is considering that the Southeast is the uppermost in the immediacy of the northerners ports. I think they're too busy thinking about other things to really.
Okay. You know what? Let's do this. Let's abandon that particular line of thinking. Let me go to my other question I have with you.
Okay. I hope it's going to fall on the things that are very easy to for all of us to understand. At least let's have some basic common ground that we can understand.
But that's what I'm saying. Even me saying that I will abandon that doesn't call for you to even have an input. Just abandon that, right?
Okay.
And I've also said I'm not hostile to you. What I really wanted to know, I've been searching. I want somebody who is fair from the north. I want to talk to them fairly. That's all. That's the whole attraction to talking to you. You're painted as fair, and I accept that. So let's go back to what I wanted to ask you. Do you believe that education? Now, when we talk about education, we're not talking about Sharia with education. We're talking about somebody going and learning physics, chemistry, biology, arts, whatever, any of the topic, any of the known things. Somebody, artificial intelligence, going to space, supercomputer. Do you believe is good?
Of course, I do.
You do, right?
Yeah. Of course.
Do you believe that when you live in a multicultural country, that you should have a secular constitution where individuals are supposed to have their own freedom, liberty to practice whatever they want. If they want to worship Allah, they worship Allah. If they want to worship Jehovah, or if they don't want to be religious at all, they don't have to be. And that nothing by the state should mandate that. Do you believe that?
Of course. That is what we have now in Nigeria. That is what we are operating on.
Okay. And you approve that, right?
Of course, that's
Okay.
just being fair to everyone.
Okay. So now, do you believe that it's wrong, that it's illegal, unacceptable for anybody to impose otherwise on a group of people or on an individual?
Of course, yeah, it's evil.
Okay. Now, do you believe that
My God, just
no,
take
no,
him to land. It's
no. Okay. That
wearing. It's starting to wear. You know. Yeah.
it is wearing
Yeah.
and it's enough, right? With those stipulation, Hassan, with those stipulation you just made, let me land it by saying this to you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When you look at Southerners,
Mm-hmm.
that includes Yorubas, that
Mm-hmm.
includes Southerners, that includes Southeasterners, that
Mm-hmm.
includes Biafrans. That's what we want. That's all. If, for example,
Wow.
We've lost you. It's
I
probably
think
still
so.
talking.
I think so.
Did
Yeah,
you understand any of that, Matan? You know.
I understand
I
where.
think it's trying to lead you to Sharia and all that. I think that's what he was trying to
Yeah,
lead you
I
to.
understand where that is coming from, but it's just a lot of word salad and Jumna.
You know, yes, that
tell
signifies
them,
nothing. Uh-huh.
no, no, look, one man, seriously, there, hold on, because this is absolutely stunning. What he said, if they agree with that, there's no problem. Now we're gonna have the little political issues. Every country has that. If you can say religion is private, you do whatever you want, but by state it's secular. You cannot impose anything on anybody. We have to abide by the Constitution, and you remove all that nonsense, the Sharia nonsense, from the Constitution, because this is the genesis of all the problem we have. Are you going to have tribalism here and there? Of course, that doesn't mean anything. That's de facto. That's not de jure.
You
In
see,
my family,
Pansat.
I fight with people in my family. I fight people from Igbos. That's not what we're talking about. The only problem
Pansat.
we have, and that I'll be the first, if Northerners do exactly what he just said, admit to it, because it's the whole problem. I will fight anybody who's trying to divide Nigeria, obviously, right? That person will not have a ground to stand on. Nobody, everyone's gonna kick him out from trying to divide the country, because we want the whole Africa to be unified. So anything, if you don't go and do those things by merit, that's the other question I was gonna ask you. Should things done by merit, right? But one man said it's tiring, and it's tiring. So I'm gonna get back in my car and get the hell out of here. But go home, talk to your people. Your problem is not the Southeasterners. Your problem is extremist Islamic tenets that you want to force on other people. You've done it already in the houses. They eviscerated. These people cannot even lead a prayer. That they cannot. I mean, it's not fair. You have to look at cause and effect.
Oh, hold on. An Igbo man leads the prayers in Nigeria's premier mosque in Abuja.
Yeah, but that's not.
An
It's
Igbo
not
man.
I know, but one man, on a serious note, remember this conversation we're having is very, very important. The point is that, yeah,
Wait,
that's anecdotal evidence. That doesn't mean anything, right? Nigerians are
Pansat.
corrupt.
You
Igbo
know,
people are corrupt. You have
All right,
people.
hold on.
Let me just say one thing.
Let me condense his question, because it's an Israelite route to a very simple question. The question Pansat is laboring to ask you is that, do you consider it to be an imbalance somewhat, that we have Sharia states in Sharia states in the north in a secular country? So I think that is really where the question is.
Well, if Pansat has bothered to educate himself on what is actually happening, he would understand that Nigeria also runs customary courts.
Is he going to
We have
answer?
civil courts, and then we have the Sharia court. And I have not yet seen a Southeasterner who is not
One man.
Muslim who has been brought to a Sharia law and face and be forced to face a Sharia
Is he going
judge.
to answer it?
No,
It
no,
will.
it's not really the Sharia courts. I think it's the Sharia administration. Because there are states in the north that the administration of those states is based on Sharia compliance. Which
No, no,
which then
No, you are wrong,
precludes
woman.
no.
which precludes, yeah.
The federal laws take precedence anytime there is a
I
Exactly.
cannot hear him.
we cannot be just talking about these things with our biases and our assumptions. We have to talk about it the way they are.
One man, can
The
you hear him?
1999 constitution
We all can.
I cannot hear him at all. I don't know how
actually
that's
put
possible.
the federal, the Nigerian constitution as the number one last document. Anything else, comes after it. So when Sharia rulings clash with the position of the constitution, the constitution
It
takes
takes
precedence.
supreme.
That is just simple, ordinary civic 101 of every Nigerian. Sometimes I feel Passad is too far gone in America, and as if he's in an echo chamber of
All right,
the
one
kind
man,
of
I'm gonna hang up and I will get to the house and I'll log back in.
it makes the discussion so
Okay,
difficult.
can you hear me?
We can hardly get.
Well, unfortunately, we can, but fortunately, maybe not for too much longer. But well, thank you, Pansata. When you get home, log back in. Sorry about that, Hassan, but Pansat now, anytime, he always tries to lock it down into some Biafra, whatever it is. I don't know
Yeah.
quite what those last 40 minutes was, but
It's a wonderment. At one time you are a Nigerian, another time, or in the same breath, you are a Biafran. Which is which? I do not understand.
You know what I've often wondered about what I've often wondered about Pansat is that it'd be near impossible for him to be in a relationship. I've often wondered that. Because
Yeah.
I cannot imagine a woman that can. That's why he's probably single. I cannot imagine a woman that can
There is
endure.
coherence and consistency in the way he brings his ideas out for them to make any meaning. They are just everywhere, all over the place, juxtaposed one.
And it tries to beat it
But
down as though it's saying
it's
something.
yes. Yeah, he speaks quite eloquently, but then it's just a maze that you just enter from one uh, corner to another one. You just be going, and you hardly get any direction for you and him to get to and understand each other. Pansat is just,
You know what they call that in England, Hassan? They called it border dash and piffle. That's what it is, border dash and piffle. So that was
yeah.
border dash and piffle by of course Pansat. Who else?
Yeah, yeah. Even you just sometimes you just feel like he's a malaprop, an ideological one. He malappropriates ideas, not where they are usually supposed to. But when you listen to him, it's as if he's going somewhere, and then at the end of the day, he just crashes the point into another place that you're not. Yes, just it is what it is.
No,
Anyway, let's.
Azan, I know where it's dragging you to. I'm just happy you didn't fall for the bait. That's just it. I know where it's going.
But Hassan is cleverer than Pansat. Because Hassan picked him up from the very beginning, and he kept on navigating him towards neutrality, and it was like a dance, wasn't it? Really, it was like
Yeah,
a dance.
exactly. I enjoyed it anyway. And for the way Hassan was parrying everything, and that frustrates him.
So let's make progress. I think
I think Larry was about to ask you a
I
question
think it's
about
La Carua they are talking
yes,
about.
this new group that is now evolving.
Yeah. You see, the thing with the group is there are two sides of the story. There is one which is the obvious one, that they have weapons and they practically, have the allegiance of a few people in some few local governments, because like they have been running the show around those places for a while now. And how they got and the allegiance is by protecting the people in those local governments from the bandits and other from all those other bandits that actually come and rape women and kidnap poor village dwellers and the 2G group. So because they were protecting the people, they just felt as if these people are more better than. But this only shows, how distant the government is to the people at the far rural areas. That they are so exposed to the point that these bandits are taking advantage of the lack of government presence to unleash mayhem on these people. Now, when another non-state actor, armed non-state actor group comes in and fights for them, it's something very, very new and unheard of. It gives them a sense of security. But the ulterior motive of the Lakurawa group is also now the cause of concern. Because they are not actually Nigerians. These Lakurawa groups, some of them are from Mali, some of them are all the way from Libya. These Libya people, they don't finish this Libya. Since that Libya spoil, we just dey face serious challenges from that Libya. The weapons come from there, they smuggle through the Sahel as well side through Niger and Mali, and then they come to Nigeria, and then they continue what they're doing. So the reality of what is happening on ground is that these non-state actors, the Lakurawa, are they have a presence that is growing. They are now recruiting from the locals, and they are saying that they are giving monetary incentives. So this is just a telltale sign of what's to come. They have an ulterior motive, but their ranks are few now. So if they keep recruiting from the local people, they are going to obviously swell up, and by that time, they may become another bigger threat. Now, that is what is happening, what we are all seeing, what the news is reporting. But what is allegedly actually happening, allegedly, what I have heard is that these Lakura groups are like people that you take, if you are in the gold business and you find a place that you are prospecting. They do this in Mali, in all the Sahel areas where there is gold reserves. You bring them to a new place and make them have presence there before you begin the actual prospecting. It's either they push the locals out, or they bring them over, they buy them over, so that they join the movement. So in that, environment of chaos, then you go and do your prospecting, you mine what you want to mine. So it's just like creating an alibi where
I don't think we've even yet documented fully the resources in the north, because by all of
especially
the
that part of the north too. This is
is it
just
that
gold.
Zamfara coast
Yeah,
that is
yeah,
really densely?
yeah.
Where is emerald in the north? I was told that there's emeralds in the north somewhere.
Yeah. I think it's in Taraba. It's in Taraba, and but the Zamfara Kebbi Sokoto axis is just about gold. It's just about gold. That's just it. What we are seeing playing, or on the surface is not what is actually happening. What is happening is about access to gold mines and fields that have a lot of gold, and some of these places are close to villages and all that. So when there is enough chaos.
Can those gold mines still be tamed? I feel that it's so wild
You
now.
know,
It's almost
do,
untamable,
do,
that
do you
space.
know the problem right now? I have heard from somebody who is actually engaged in that business that everybody that is posted there, um, whether they are security operatives, traditional rulers, even the people that are there that are holding positions, and people from the Ministry of Mines and whatever, that everybody is there to get his cut. And at the end of the day, you get your cut just to just look the other way. So that when the gold is cut out, your own is given to you.
But
And then
those fields are being oversighted by foreigners. It's even the thing. So not
of
only are we
course,
being ripped off, we're being ripped off by non-Nigerians, Arabs, especially those Lebanese people, those types.
yeah, but with the agreement and the willful, willful
complicity.
Complicity of the federal government, because obviously Nigeria's security is in the hands of the local federal government, not the states per se. So, and army, immigration.
Brace yourself for Apanstat's younger brother is here, but carry on.
Okay, so the immigration, the customs, all this. We know our people now, they are corrupt. So if you are sent there, so you have two options: make yourself rich, or and try to upset the status quo, and you may die in that place and not go back. But you have the option of getting some gold and then printing. There's a way they mold the gold and to look like they are from Libya's central bank. So they export it.
We saw that clip that circulated some time ago when they caught some guy in the labor union building in Abuja that was stamping Nigerian gold with a Libyan crest.
Yeah, so the moment it leaves the shores of Nigeria, you cannot trace it back to Nigeria again. It's done. It's done for. It's gone. So that's how they do it. So it's unfortunate, but that is our reality.
We hemorrhage so much. I think we probably hemorrhage a good 80% of our wealth in that country. I
hear a lot of people say that the northerners, then they're having their gold for themselves, but they are taking Niger Delta's oil. It is the same thing that is happening in the Niger Delta that is still happening in the north where the gold is. People just like Niger Delta, those
the indigenous are not benefiting, Abi.
Yes, they are not benefiting. The ones that are benefiting are the ones who had to carry AK, and just like this Niger Delta militants. So that's what the Lokurawa and the bandits, all the kidnapping they do is just side hustle, but they are there to cause chaos and then ensure that the gold goes to where it goes. So right now Nigeria as the Federation account doesn't get anything.
Why do you think Nigeria finds it so difficult to tame that space?
The only thing rationally, logically, I think is because when a Nigerian gets to a position where it is his responsibility to tame it, most Nigerians do not pass the moral test to oversee that opportunity of having such amount of wealth. They look the other way, Mom, and that's just the reality.
Yeah, the argument.
There was a time, where Dokubo Asari or Ezi, whoever was saying that it is the army and whatever, that those people that are conniving to get Nigeria's oil stolen. So I wouldn't put it past our security people to connive, to get the gold, for themselves.
No, there are elements of that, and I consider that, and that's probably the main thing. But there's the argument that terrain is so vast, and our personnel are so paper thin, and and the equipment so inadequate, that it's too vast an area and too expansive and a criminal industry space for the Nigerian, because and also the Nigerian personnel, the security personnel, they don't really know the terrain as much as these people that are taking advantage over there. So I think it's the logistics, the personnel, the terrain, all of that. Is that not the main factor?
I don't think it's the terrain. They do know the terrain, man. If you go to those places that the locals are very afraid to go to, when you go there, do you know who you see? Chinese and Eastern Europeans, they are just living there, in their element, they come out by 7 in the morning and then they close around 5 in the evening. They are just, and looking at how the whole mining operation is going. They have mini labs where they test for quality, they have the molding machines. You do all that. So you can imagine, uh, and and everybody is getting their cut too. I think even allegedly, they say even in the high places of power, even up to the presidency, that everybody is getting his cut, and that is why the
We
presidency is
saw
not
we,
even
we
in a
saw
rush to incorporate, the mining thing into the official channels of government revenue, because you can have access to good money, millions of dollars, and that cannot be accounted for. Nobody can come after you because there is no paperwork, nothing to get you on with. So it's a cool way of getting. Who is the minister of mines and all that now?
they are lucky.
Okay, how close is he to the president before he became president?
There was a time that was it Mia Malabuni or something that took these gold bars to Buhari. Was it Mia Malabuni or Matawale? I think it may well be Bello, or even both of them. He said,
Matawale.
yeah, it's Matawale. That took these gold bars to Buhari that were being harvested somewhere in such vast quantity. I wonder what happened to those bars. Aisha would have probably taken them to Dubai, wouldn't she?
Yeah.
We know that, Aisha.
Yeah. There is a whole market in Dubai that it's a whole street. What they deal with is Zamfara gold in that place. So that particular strain of gold, its makeup is even sought after very well in the gold markets. So it's of high quality, and people are trading it, but it's not Nigerians that are trading it. There is this former governor of Zamfara, Abdul Aziz Yari. He is now one of the most richest northerner. He is the richest after T.Y. Danjuma and Maidari Indimi and Dangote. So he is just after those Dembua guys, because they say he's one of the Nigerian that is at the peak, at the top of the pyramid in the gold trade, because you can imagine where he got the money.
Was that not the money he gave those senators when he wanted to be Senate president?
They are saying that money he gave them is even chicken change to him. The guy is just so stinkingly rich.
Yeah. I think Tinubu.
Jimo Ibrahim made a lot of money out of him when he was contesting for Senate presidency.
Yeah. I think Tinubu.
Yeah, but that's small change now. Small change from the back of his pockets. But sorry, Larry.
No, I think the problem I'm saying is every sector that we want Tinubu to conquer, there are a lot of powerful cabals in those sectors. Like, look at this gold of a thing, right? It's not even just internal cabal, there are external cabals, right? And I'm not even sure that we have that personnel in terms of security to conquer that. Because you can't be fighting, because sometimes we tend to think, oh, probably the security, we should just conquer everything. There's a whole lot, I think we are even overstretching the military. We are really overstretching them. We want them to conquer this, we want them to conquer that. And they can only conquer that if we don't have internal collaborators. Like, look at what you said now, like Zamfara now, right? This is what is happening in Zamfara is among 3 people: Yari, Matawale, and this present governor of Zamfara. So I think that business is kind of all of them are interested in that business, and
everybody is interested.
And I think that's why
if peradventure you are posted there, whether you are civil defense, police, military, whatever, or you became governor, or you are a house member, or you are even a traditional ruler, when when the decisions are taken, when the deals are taken, your court will be there for you. So um, and if this tendency to join them, if you see you cannot beat them, is very very high, and it's a logical decision, because we're talking of life and death here. These are people who can actually kill you and nothing will happen. So yeah, it's going to be very very difficult for the president that will confront them. Will have to be ready to do it. He has to have a lot of energy and backbone.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly where I'm coming from, right? Because we tend to think, oh, the president should just do this, the president should just do that. But it's not. It's not as easy as we think. Because who are the people the president is still going to use? Probably still going
Yeah,
to
the
military.
people. Yeah, they are the same ones that will sabotage this
Yeah,
entire.
and the military too. We should also understand that they are human,
They are.
right? Because these are people that it's a whole lot of things, and particularly when you have state collaborators. Imagine, okay, they bring somebody as a military, where you even have people that probably state governors are interested in those things,
Mhm.
and they put all sort of things there. At a point, I think Deyalake was trying to, probably can get a special forces to deal with that, and I think they tried to like see if civil defense can take over some things, but it's difficult. It's difficult. And I think until probably these state actors, I think at the point they started, opening themselves up, Matawale versus this other guy, and
Mm.
Yari is just the big man,
Mm.
that is trying to do as if he doesn't know anything. Meanwhile, he's actually the one of the
No,
brain
he was the
behind.
governor of the state, so he
Yeah.
covered all
No,
those.
no, I
He's
think
been chopping that in for
so. It's not
years.
even Yari alone. Even this other guy, what's that guy's name? That guy that married one 12-year-old 12-year-old child.
Yeah, I've forgotten his name now.
That former
Yerima.
governor.
Yerima
Yerima
Gomo.
is also in the
Yerima.
business. All of them, yeah, all of them. Even this guy, this former senator, what's his name? That guy that was always fighting Yari then.
Mm.
He's no more a senator now. He was always fighting. I think he wanted to be governor at the point. I've forgotten his name. The one young senator like that. So all of them are also in that business. So and that's part of the problem I think Tinubu is facing. It's a
Yeah.
lot of cabal. Every sector you see in Nigeria is so dirty that there are a lot of cabals that are ready to sabotage everything. You want him
Yeah.
to fight oil. The cabal in oil is there. That even Dangote, as powerful as we think he is even afraid of those guys. You want him to fight foreign exchange.
Nigeria is a criminal enterprise. There's
This
no.
foreign exchange thing, there are cabals in those areas too that are ready to do everything to sabotage. We are talking about power. Okay, we want power. There are also cabal in that power sector that no matter even you, people are saying, "No, the minister should resign." Blah, 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 blah. There is nothing the minister can do. There's nothing the minister can do. Because even in that power, they've even now moved into destroying infrastructure. People are
Mm.
saying, "No, can we have security there?" And I look at people, can you have security stationed at every point 24 hours? It's not possible.
Impossible now.
Because these are thick villages, these are thick forests that most of these power lines pass. So it's a whole lot of things. And for me, Tinubu is a president, he will come and go. But the bottom line is until there is overall general support among the political actors for them to make Nigeria great, there is nothing any president can do. Because if you don't support that president to ensure that even within your own local vicinity, you are also protecting things that belong to Nigeria, not just the president. If
You
you
know,
have
they will only tolerate Tinubu so much, and then if he oversteps the bounds, they'll just get him out of the way.
no,
Because yes,
yeah, so that's what I think. Even Buhari that we are saying, 4 6 months of Buhari was so good that as in Buhari was ready to face anything.
Even Buhari cannot face the cabal now. The
No, no,
cabal
no,
is
no,
backbone.
6 months. As at that time, I'm telling you, 6 months of Buhari was so good.
That so that time, even in public service, in everywhere, it's more of everybody was like, oh, everybody was trying to do the right thing. What happened immediately after that sickness? And that's why for me, till today, I still even suspect that sickness. That is just a normal
He
sickness.
caved in after the sickness. He caved in.
They said it was poisoned anyway.
So yes, yes, even this one, this chief of army staff that died, we started hearing some
No, they
things.
got rid of him. They got rid of that one.
So that's how difficult that country is. So for anybody to, if you think, oh, probably this person he will come and do magic. Nobody can do magic.
Didn't you see Suli Lamido? That statement he made in that clip one man showed, it shows frustration because they can't get to Tinubu, they can't control him.
No, nobody can do any magic. So I just think, Tinubu can only try, because you can't conquer the whole cabal, because every sector in Nigeria is full of cabal. Every sector.
And do you know the irony of these cabals in Nigeria? When you look at them, it's not as if they are one ethnic group or one religion.
No, they are everywhere. All of them are the same.
All of them are the same. They cooperate with each other. There are Fulanis there, there are Yoruba's, there are Igbos, there are TVs, all of them.
All of them are the same. It's
Those
not
that
just an ethnic thing. If anybody is telling you it's an ethnic thing, that person is just lying.
They put their heads together and take
Can I
all
be hard on that? Let me say that is not true. What you just said there.
Sorry, Pastor.
Yeah.
Do you know who I'm going to be flicking this through? This is the Instagram page of Indimi's daughter. That's her Instagram page. So when I came across it, I was alarmed. She has no known source of income, but I defy any Saudi Arabian princess to live a more luxurious life. But carry on.
Yes. Okay. One more, please. Can I just come in?
Tony, hold on. You just heard me talking, and then one man so please, I'm sorry about that. About the Larry, I believe the respect you show towards me is reciprocal, right? I have the same respect for you. But the last sentence you say, it's not a moral equivalence, right? Which Hassan, we have a lot of respect for you here on this platform, Hassan. But don't be creating a moral equivalence between tribes in that country and what we're going through. It's not a moral equivalence. What you're doing from that section of that country, I expect somebody like you who's educated to be one with those of us in the South who are also educated, right? We want a better country. What you're doing, what you're piling all those politicians up to be doing, or the citizens, it's not the same thing. I just said to you when I was driving that in our constitution, we have a federal character doctrine in the constitution itself. We're a secular state. In the stipulations that you admitted to, you sound just like one of us. We're saying that we don't want the Sharia in our constitution. It's a private religious thing. Initially, they said it's a customary court, and they started bringing it in the customary arena. But right now, they're doing it in Zamfara. They're putting it into criminal cases and stuff like that. That's not what you stipulated to. So the reason why I rushed back, I changed my mind. I said, let me go home and talk to Hassan, is that we agree on principle right now. We agree on principle. So the banter that was going on behind my back, where they're saying that where I was going, I want to Dabaru. No, that's not what I'm doing at all. I'm saying that I don't even see what the problem is. Educated Northerners should come out and say, look, we are for a secular constitution. We want fairness. We want to bring IPOB, any other elements. Sunday will go.
You know what, Pansata, what I feel is the difference between me and you is while you believe that the problem is fundamentally, religious or tribal, I believe, on the other hand, that the problem is actually a class war, a class struggle. It is, a struggle between the elites of this country and, the commoners. It's not about the the religion or region. All those are the distractions, the things that the elites put in our faces, to muddy the waters for us not to have the direction in which we can all come together and fight for our common good. So if you just look at the United States of America that you live in.
Okay,
Okay.
before you go to United States, Hassan, let me comment. Good evening, everybody. Hassan, thank you very much. I want to give you kudos for your contributions till now. Tonight, okay, because you actually hit on the you actually hit the nail on on his head, at the center point of his head, for that matter. Great job. Thank you very much. Okay, I don't know what to say. Thank you in Hausa. I would have
Tony, we
said.
can't hear you. I'm not sure what to.
Back home, back home.
Yeah. He can hear me now. When you say back home, that means no. Okay, no problem. No problem. Yes, because
No, now
yeah.
good. That's thank you.
Hey, very good. Yeah. Now you can hear me now, Wama. Everybody else is hearing me.
Hold on. Yes. Just settle down.
Okay.
Let me use the window to flash up. Sorry, that was a bit abrupt. I wanted to flash up our Dupsy session. So let me just use the window to flash up Dupsy session. Dupsy is back tomorrow. She's back with the topic. There it is on the screen. So that's the I think it may well be my system that is acting up. So Dupsy is back tomorrow. I'll send the link into the comment section. There it is, right there. So apologies for the bad spelling. But that is the bold statement that Dupsy is making. She'll be backing up that statement tomorrow. So everybody click on this link being sent into the comment section now. Go bookmark it, press the bell notification, give it a like as well. Get ready for Dupsy. She's back tomorrow. Women, whatever you do, don't get fat. Only Dupsy is brave enough to make that statement. To be there as well.
Okay.
I think we might well even have a grandma. So
one man, you're cutting in and out.
Yes.
Check the audio.
Oh, am I?
But we are getting you. But we are hearing you. We are hearing you. We are hearing you.
All right. So let me just. All right. Let me just do this, please. Dupsy. Yeah, if you let me, if you are quiet, then I can. Dupsy is back tomorrow with an all-star female cast. Chioma, of course, Dr. J as well. I think Adama may be popping in, and a few others as well. We might well even be able to bully Zeta into it as well. An all-star female cast. Women, whatever you do, don't get fat. A bold statement. Dupsy defends that tomorrow. So back to the conversation.
Okay, thank you, Wama.
Tony, just 1 second. Let me.
No, please don't let me lose my memory. My memory, please. Let me continue, my brother, please.
Tony, 1 second.
Passat, why you do this to me every day?
I'll say 30 seconds. Hold on, Hassan. Let me say that the last thing you said. Yes, we do have that problem as well. The class warfare we have it in the United States. It's a totally different thing. What I'm trying to do is to guide you to face the don't be facing other things. Look at the main problem. We have other problems. We have other tribes doing bad things. But the main thing we're talking about has nothing to do with class warfare. That's in every country. Capitalists always do a lot of things that are evil towards the whole life. But the point is, the fundamental problem that has got our country not to be one is with Northern Muslims. It's only going to take somebody like yourself.
Yeah, right? But Pastor, you said 30 minutes. 30 seconds is gone.
Tony, hold on. Tony. Maybe it's not here, but you could hear me. I'm going to land and then done. I'm not here to make trouble. I'm saying that we say make we have a secular country. Let's be fair and be one country. Somebody's talking about class warfare. That's not the issue. That's never going to be resolved until Jesus Christ comes. We're always going to have capitalists, greedy people doing bad things to their country. That's different. But the one that can be resolved is where northern educated people would go and tell their people that we're a secular country
It's never going to happen where you're going to Islamize Nigeria. It can never happen. That is a waste of time.
Okay, let me ask you one question, Pensat.
Yeah.
Have you had anywhere that a Southeasterner has been yanked to a Sharia court and judged with the Islamic statutes?
Yes, if you look at some of the stories in our magazines, you're going to see that some citizens of Nigeria who live in the north, sometimes maybe they say things and they say, oh, they're abusing Muhammad, and then they go there and they kill them. Or they say, even the one with Sani Silamido, or a youngster in Kano can be walking around with an afro or cornrow, and the Hizbah will grab him and give him a haircut, right? That is anathema.
Already answered. That question is already answered. That if you live in the north, you are bound to be under the Sharia law, whether you like it or not. So that one's clear.
No, that is not even the case. If you are not Muslim, you are not bound to the law. And if anybody does that to you, you can take that person to a civil court.
How do they detect you, whether you are a Muslim or not? How do the Sharia police knows that you are a Muslim when they cut off your head on the street? If they see with a bottle of beer. Anyway, that's not where I'm going to tonight. I'm here to make friends. I'm here tonight to make friends with you, to be your friend, okay? You're my friend, okay? Yeah? You saw me? Let us go put that one aside. Those questions that were coming out. I want to go back to, because I did listen to various contributions made by the panelists before they decided to come in, because I worked a little bit late and I decided to listen back, because I used to go crazy when people come here and say, oh, please, what happened? So I have to be abreast with what has been going on before coming in to contribute, to make my contribution, sir. Good evening, sir. One more time again, okay? I really thank your effort, your push, and then everything that you did tonight. First of all, regarding the aspect of our petroleum industry, the CNG or whatever you call it, or the CNG or whatever, and then your true information about not having the needed necessary infrastructures on ground before propagating all those bullshit, like, because you did your best. That the government is just just playing us around, that nothing is on ground to support their argument of I don't know, those kind of hope that a woman has been giving us, that okay, at the end of the day that we're going to see the light at the end of the tunnel, etc., etc. So I want to say kudos to you. You really, you did well. Ibudu Baba was trying to, to challenge you, but you were able to, penetrate, and then dish out, you spoke true to power. I want to say thank you one more time. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Hassan or Mala Hassan. Good man. So then now, I want to ask Baba a question. Just in support of Hassan's contribution tonight. What does an oil, a major oil exporting and gas exporting nation got to do with subsidy? If it's not like, I don't know, because whenever I speak, I say, oh, don't insult me. I'm not insulting anybody. What has our country got to do with subsidy? Well, we know that we have the oil on ground. You know what I'm saying? We have everything there. We have the peanuts. Yesterday, I think it was one man, or I don't know which platform, that they were showing all these pyramids and the industries in the northern part of Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? What happened to all those industries? Why did you, like, how did we get here? So that's why that it's so crazy that people will be saying that when we talk about subsidy, it's one of the things that usually give me some kind of chest pain, Hassan. You get me now? It's like, I've been to the north. I was having, my best friend is Lieutenant Adamu. It's like the same mother, the same father. You know what I'm saying? You see us day and night together. You know what I'm saying? I was in the other professor, he was in the other, but we were very close. And then I go to Kanu. He is not there. I will go and visit his wife and his mother at home. You know those houses where you are going to this, where those people, they do GRO side, on the right side is the native homes, all those typical city. You know what I'm saying? That's where they were living.
Sorry. Where are we?
So Yes, so no, after Sabogari, you see, go for to the end, towards the end, where you are going to Casino, all those those kind of the end. Thank you very much. So on the right side is the Kanu native town. You know what I mean? Not be all those skyscrapers. So then those kind of family compounds. You know what I mean? Like uncles, everybody. I would go there alone. To go and visit the parents. The parent and the wife, because we were together in Lagos. So, but today is not the case. So I have not against the Northerners. But what I'm trying to say is that such a country that was so structured by this Awolowo and then Ahmadu Bello to the extent because those are the two people that actually really performed during that particular time, the period. So what's really happened? So that's why then the other one that when you are talking about the cabals being comprised of both South and Northerners, that one is not correct because the cabal is still be the Northerners, the Northern cabal. You know that they have been there for the past probably 70 years. It will be that it's very difficult. It's really the first time now they are now seeing somebody like Tinubu coming to a place to come and take the power back from them, take the power out from their hand. That is why things are going crazy. Those Sultanas, or those guys you are regarded to as elites, are just like hungry lions. All those class monitors, class monitors. When the teacher is not there, then the monitors or the prefect will be take charge, and then there will be those are the sultanas that are watching over those properties for them, in the south. So they usually give them some money and then just to buy them over. So that means till tomorrow, the Northern Kaba is still the owner of the country. They are still in power, but that's what Tinubu is trying to deal with right now. That's why that things are so crazy, because I never see the Northerners complain about being marginalized. You know what I'm saying? It's only with the Southerners. Can you just imagine all the whole military institutions are in the north? Everything, police, air force, whatever, even the navy dry dock in the desert, but still, you guys cannot even take care of the security situation in the northern part of the country, which means that probably people purposely set them up, set up that area to fail, so that they can be using our money to fight the war that they know that their ideology, brought about. That's where Fasad couldn't, let you know what is going on there. So many things are not okay. So I think I'm very happy to be having somebody like you here, and I think that we need more of you to be coming here so that we can be able to negotiate here, because the people in Nigeria, we don't have good people like you coming here to speak, and then also some of us are in abroad. We are just trying to be politically correct all the time. I think it's high time we start to look for men like you so that we can come here and then see how we can go to separate that country peacefully, so that we can negotiate, here, right here, and some other platform, so that we can know how to, so that we don't, because the things is degenerating, right, day by day, so that we already know that we are two different people. We have the Sharia law in the north, mainly, okay, not everybody, according to you, is from north central. They don't, but at the end of the day, they are the same siblings. You know what I'm saying? Just like we in the southerners are the same sibling, we can always manage ourselves. Just like as you guys in the northern part of the country can also manage yourself. You know what I'm saying? So your diversity or whatever we call it. So I think it's that time we start to think of how to, we stop, try to be politically correct here, and then to, accept the fact that, or the reality that we are not one people. We are not made up of, that country is not made up of one people. So that's what, that is, I want to talk to me small before I can.
May I come in, please, one man? I have not even spoken all day.
Okay,
You see,
Baba,
there
go
is
ahead.
this. Yeah, you see, there is
But
a problem.
let Hassan respond. Probably, if he doesn't respond, well, then you can counter him.
Let me make my commentary. You called me also before. Look, as a human being, everybody, we are very territorial. And you have to self-regulate when you go to other people's territory. I have an observation growing up in the Southwest. When the Egungun people, the Gunuko people, they are drumming and dancing along the street as they usually do during their festival. When they get to the mosque, close to the mosque, they stop their drum beating. They will move away. After like 100 meters, they will start drumming and dancing and singing again. It brings peace. Why would I want to go to the north? For instance, seeing that there are laws there that are not have been practiced in my side of the country, does it mean I'll go there and start guzzling beer and walking the streets just to provoke? No. I have somebody going to Nigeria, transiting in Qatar, in Doha. I text him and he said, I can't call you now. Neither can you call me because they don't allow WhatsApp call and things like that. Suppose because he's in transit, he wants to defy their law and start making WhatsApp call and they arrested him. Will he justify his thumbing his nose at the authority of that country? I mean, we must realize these things. We are not one people. We belong to different cultures, different religion, and we are very territorial. So when you
Baba,
come can I finish? Can I finish?
No, let him finish. Yeah, let him finish.
You could answer the question together with your submission. It's not a hostile interjection. I believe it would enhance the education we get from this conversation.
But he was just alluding to my final analysis there. Let him finish, Passat, my brother. I beg. Don't cut him off like that. He just alluded to my point that we are not one people.
Just be quiet. Let me ask him. Okay. I notice that whenever I'm talking, you want to start running your mouth. So I'm asking him if he doesn't.
You start to be. This is not your platform, Passat. Let people speak.
Tony,
no, you have to keep quiet now.
Be quiet. One man, do something about this guy. Okay,
Baba, please continue.
So, Baba, what I was saying to you is that I believe that what you said is wrong. We have a country and we have a constitution, and we have states, and those states have laws. The nature of our country is where the federal law is supreme. The constitution states it very clearly. The laws of our state, of the federal government, is supreme to that of the states, right? So some courts in the north, they're Sharia in nature and it's customary and all that. But Nigerians can live anywhere in that country. So just because a citizen is from Southwest and is living in any Sharia state, they retain their constitutional rights. Now, the thing that you're talking about, somebody beating a drum, yeah, a person.
But we are not one people. We are not one people. That's what you said. That's what I said to Pastor. Please,
Tony, you're irritating me. And next time I'm gonna be a little bit more caustic towards you, and I don't want to do that. You and I agree politically on this.
I understand. But no, why did you let us carry it to the end?
Also, let me show myself on camera to show I'm not drunk, like people say. It's actually my detractors who are drunk. Now, I agree with you politically, but let me be hard. I'm borrowing a couple of seconds from him here. So, Baba, what I'm saying is that when you say something like that, a lot of people respect you for your age here and all that. It's just wrong. Not only do Nigerians not go in the north and start beating drums near a mosque, nobody does that. The anecdote that I gave is a woman who was accused. It's not even that she was hard saying it.
That's Deborah's case in Sokoto.
Okay, that's another one, but let's use Deborah's case.
And there's the other one from the Winners Chapel or RCC woman who at dawn was preaching the gospel of Christ close to a mosque.
Right. And there are so many.
Even the Mandala 2010, Mandala Church.
In Deborah's case, she wasn't even hard saying it. Her friends, her classmates accused her that it is alleged that she said something like that. They buyed her, right? That is unacceptable. No matter what Sharia they have in that state, we have a secular constitution and the federal laws. So that's what I'm saying. It's not good.
we're not doing our friend here was over at that room any favor. If we're gonna be candid, let's make it a cerebral but intellectual discussion. So that's all I'm saying. Let's just remove anything about tribe, religion right now. Let's have a candid conversation. I want to do that.
Intellectual discussion is try not to be politically correct. That we are not one people, so you should let them do their Sharia law there, while we try to do our own secular system in the south. So you cannot go to Egypt now or Algeria to go and change their policies. Likewise, in northern Nigeria, these people are made up of different kind of people. You cannot change them.
Tony, you're wrong.
Yes.
Baba,
Can I carry on, please?
Baba, let me just say something, then you can carry on.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay.
Adam.
It seems to me that Pansat and Mr. Tony here seriously believe that Nigeria, we are not one people and that the country needs to be divided. First, let me say that what happened to Deborah was criminal. It was a crime. Nobody had any right to do what they did to her. And in fact, there should have been judgment, and people should have paid for that. Her right was trampled, and that is not right. However, that what Baba was saying about when you are in a community, you should be aware of the society that you are living and try to not provoke the people, because you know their beliefs and with the consequences of certain actions. Now, I'm not blaming her. I'm blaming the criminals that killed her. That is mob action. That is illegal, and people should be held accountable for that. However, this talk about us not be the same people and that we should, so that is your opinion, your personal opinions, Mr. Tony and Pansat. Me, I believe in Nigeria.
And Baba
Let me finish, please.
Hold on, Hassan. Baba also said that we are not one people. We are not one people.
Hold on, everyone. Hassan was quiet when everybody. So extend him the same courtesy. Carry on, Hassan.
I didn't say that one man.
That is his opinion. That is his opinion too. As for me, I believe there is such a thing as a Nigerian who is patriotic to the country, to this geographical expression, Nigeria, and sees a lot of potential and possibility for greatness, and feels that Nigeria is worthy of every good thing that comes to other countries. Nigeria is worthy of getting there, and that yes, we are an experiment and we are a people, and it's a project that we are undergoing here. Yes, we might not be where we want to, but then the future is bright, and then with the right kind of leadership, Nigeria can get to and take her place in the Committee of Nations where she deserves. And for those saying that Nigeria does not exist, or that there are no Nigerians, I believe that you people have been so far away from this country, and even when you are here, you have not invested enough time to understand the dynamics of this country. And with that kind of mindset, you cannot thrive in Nigeria. You can't thrive in Nigeria. You have to be open-minded enough to see the other person as, you know, your brother, and that person having similar life goals and wishes, and faces the same challenges of life, and travel together in this project that we call Nigeria, for you to be able to see what Nigeria is. So Nigeria is an entity that is existing, and if you think Nigeria does not exist and it's easy to break, then you meet people who are the custodians of Nigeria, and they'll put you in your place. So now I don't even tell people not to want to leave Nigeria. If you think you can leave Nigeria, then go ahead, leave. Let's see how you can do it. Let's see whether you can surmount Nigeria as it is. presently constituted. So just because you
Yeah,
don't believe in
let me,
Nigeria, don't assume
let
that
me
every
respond to
other
him on
person
the Yeah,
does not believe in
please
Nigeria.
try to make your remarks a little shorter, though. I mean, reasonably. Let me, Baba's on the speak. Let me say this to you.
If you can dish
Hassan,
it and pass that, you
Hassan,
should be able to take
I
it.
know,
You
but
are the one
hold
that
on.
has been holding almost a monologue
Baba's on. Let me
all the
just
time.
say something to you. What I have to say is that I agree with your first 3/4 of what you said. Yes, I agree with that. I never did say, you misquoted me. I didn't say we're not one people. I didn't say it. But what you just said, you cannot force people. It's the people have a right, right? From the United Nations and other charters and God-given right, a people have to determine their destiny and their government and whatever they do. You cannot stop anybody. You're not stopping Nigerians from breaking up because you're mighty. You're not mighty in the north, right? People in the south can break up that place and actually conquer you. That is my own position on
And
that.
then the people of the south. Hold on, please. The people of the south now. The people of the south.
Hold on.
Pastor, no, when you said very short,
One minute.
you are brief enough. You are taking the whole time off.
Keep quiet for a minute. If you want to get permission to speak, you ask somebody before I do. Now, what I'm saying is that Hassan, that if you know Soviet Union, right? Nigeria is not as powerful as Soviet Union. Not even.
Yeah, I just want to tell you that Nigeria is not the north. Stop saying
I know, but the game of trying to associate yourself with the Yorubas whenever an Igbo person is talking, and then associate
Can I
yourself.
come in, please?
Baba, please, Baba, please, Mr. Hassan, you made mention of my name about on 3 occasions just now as you responded to us. So please, you have to get me. Let me just ask some question. Have you noticed lately that many Southerners that were against Tinubu are now tilted towards him, and then are now be sympathetic with him? Then secondly, do you know that India and Pakistan, Bangladesh, they were all also marched together like they did to us, that they were able to, peacefully separated themselves, and then today now they are doing well. You know what I'm saying? So I want to tell me something about that. That if you just come here to be telling us that because the northern, the so-called owners of the country keep saying that if we try it, if we do anyhow, we'll see anyhow. That's not lie. Now we get the country. Now we get everything. Now we the support. Now all the money that are all the money that are be used in Nigeria are coming from the southern part. And then I'm not an Igbo man because you say that because we want to separate. I'm not an Igbo man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm from the western part of Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that what we want is that we want a country that is be ruled by one law, not two laws. We don't have to be giving so we don't have to be giving
Hassan, let me contribute so you can round up. I sympathize with you. You understand? Look, there is this common saying in Nigeria.
This is why Hassan doesn't come here so often.
Yeah,
He
there
gets
is this.
cornered all the time.
Yeah, there is this common saying in Nigeria: unity in diversity. We are diverse people. I will not pretend. I'm not an Hausa man. I'm not a Yoruba man. I'm not a Kwani man. Neither am a Bibio. I am a Yoruba man. But we can all be together. We have it. Unity in diversity is one of our motto, which we use all the time. But then
after
we can
70
always
years of prayer, after 70 years of prayer.
Oh boy, one man, I'll quit.
You see, there's
I've not finished.
Hold on. Let Baba carry on. Tony, please don't do that again. Yeah.
There is unity in diversity. What I am saying that we are different through religion, language, and culture. We have to recognize that first. There are other climes where they live together. Take, for instance, in Malaysia. Are you listening, Azan? In Malaysia, it's a Muslim country, but they have pockets of Christian country. Christian population. Because of that, the Christian population, they eat a lot of pork. But there is a distance through law that, look, you cannot put your kiosk to sell pork at the distance to a mosque. and everybody respects that. You get my point? Equally, also in Nigeria, I cannot wake up now, fly to the east, and on Monday, I start to show my chest in a territory where they said no work on Monday. It will be foolhardy of me to do that. I have to respect what obtains in that territory. So this is what I am saying, and that's the understanding we must have. Thank you, Hassan.
Yes, and what I was just sorry, Hassan, let me just come in for just a microsecond as well, and then you have the floor. There's no universality in what Tony said there. I don't think that the South does not want to secede from Nigeria. If the South universally wants to secede from Nigeria, then Nigeria ends within a month. You know, there are pockets of places that they speak to a secessionist mantra, and even within that pocket of space, it's a loud minority voice rather than the vocalization of the majority want.
Yes, one man, and
Yeah.
another angle to this same point you raised is there is the tyranny of the majority tribes in Nigeria. There's this tendency when we talk about Nigeria, and especially Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa Fulani people talk in simplistic terms, and they want to take off and talk about Nigeria as if there is only Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo ethnic groups in Nigeria. So they think that their positions must be the positions of the smaller tribes. That is tyranny. So, and a lot of people don't even realize that they are doing that. And the majority of Nigeria is not Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, and Igbo. If it is the remaining small ethnic groups put together. They are the majority, not the Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, and Igbo. But this tendency to just take your position and then you extrapolate, we are not having the honest intellectual discussions as we would think or want to believe we are. Anyway, everybody is entitled to their opinion. I believe Nigeria is workable, is redeemable, is doable, and anybody who does not believe that is free. It's a free world. But I have seen enough for me to have loyalty to this country, and I think this country is worth, dying for and giving it all the loyalty it deserves. We may not be where we want.
Let me say, Hassan, I agree with you, right? Except some of the things that you make up on your own.
Ansat will never completely agree.
Let me just say that I agree with you in part. I disagree with you in part. Let me tell you, number one, the minorities do not make up anything greater than Wazobia, right? But we are operating from the constitutional point of view. The Constitution protects the minorities. So there's no reason to import other problems we have. We do have other problems. Every other country has other problems. Hold on 1 minute. You are the guest here right now. Everybody's talking to you because you are from the north, and you're endangered species when it comes to social media. People from your side of the country don't come here so we could talk like brothers, right? Now, there's something you said that I wanted a clarification on. Are you a minority in the north?
Who, me?
Yes.
Yeah, I will not say that I'm a minority because I have Fulani. I have partly Fulani, partly Kanuri blood. So yeah, if I tend to my Kanuri side,
what would you?
The Kanuri will be. I could understand the point of view of the minority, of course.
No, but what I'm saying, what would you call yourself? What's your tribe? No matter the makeup, what would you say you are? How do you identify yourself?
A Nigerian.
Okay, but tribally, are you Hausa, Igbo, or Yoruba?
I don't have any Hausa blood in me at all, but I do have Fulani blood and Kanuri.
Okay, so Fulani Kanuri. Okay, good. So you would say you're a Fulani then, right?
Yeah, I could see that.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that the Constitution protects all of us. The
Yeah,
best way.
I'm not sure you can't say that, Hassan. You're from Maiduguri, which is a Kanuri space. It's not a Fulani space. But Maiduguri is a Kanuri.
Yes. Yes, I'm actually from my father's side I'm Kanuri, from my mother's side I'm Fulani. So even my father has a Fulani mother. Even my mother also have a Fulani mother. So if the Fulani thing is just so much in me that I cannot escape it.
Okay, very good. I accept you as a Fulani, Kanuri Fulani. That's fine. But like you say, if you want what you're saying, because now this is why I'm very interested in talking to you, right? If you want what you're saying, the best way to achieve that is to tell the truth, right? Be fair. You have to do those two things. There have to be fairness and equity in the land. And then you also have to be honest. Because if you go into school and you're enlightened as you appear to be, you have to promote education. You have to promote fairness and equity. It's not enough to condemn what happened to Deborah if you don't do something to prevent it from happening again in the future. So we know that none of those people were arrested. They were arrested and they were released. We've never had a trial for a Boko Haramite, period, in that country where they tried, right? Brought in front of the court and said, this is a Boko Haram, you did this, and you're now convicted and you go to prison. They don't have anything like that. So what it comes down to is
I'm not sure about that.
I'm sure. So if you have anything contrary to that, now
I have a lot that is contrary to that. Actually.
Okay. Could you cite one case?
Yeah, I'm going to punish you with the information. Maybe when I get some
under
time, whether
submission.
through your
If you take it, yeah, I'm rushing you because they're rushing me, right? You take it under submission, and then next time when I see you, you start a case like I'm gonna start a case for you now. That making the Sharia permeate into the larger society. Like I said before, it's supposed to be customary when they proposed it. Somebody and his wife is doing something. They're Muslims. Everybody's Muslim in those parties. Then the litigants go to Sharia court, fine, on a civil limited area. But with a case that's called the Akamawa versus Bello in 1998, LPELR-SC 293/1991. In that case, right, they used it to bring it into our larger system, legal system, instead of it being distinct and a Sharia thing. So now it's seen as a universal legal system. So people who live in the north, they're still Nigerian citizens. Some of them are Christians. Let's not even begin to talk about. I don't want to pile up on you like one man said. It's not fair that you come here and then we all pile up on you, right? Because
no, I don't actually mind. What I don't like is when everybody seems to have their position set in stone, and you keep the northerner as if it's you make all these strawman arguments, and you think the northerner is the problem of this country, and you make overly simplistic points about the north, as if the north is the problem of Nigeria, which is not the case. We have seen the propensity of every leader who has never been who is not from the north to be as corrupt as the northerners that have ruled this country. So if there is a problem with the country, it's not the north, it is the Nigerian mentality. Why can't you guys accept that it is a Nigerian thing for leaders to fail rather than
can I come in now?
Hold on, please hold on. We're having a good dialogue here. Hold on, Hassan, hold on. Here's what I'm saying to you, and I'm gonna conclude with this. Within 60 minutes, I'll be done.
I don't think I'll be here for another 60 minutes. So.
I'm saying 60 seconds. Sorry, 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying to you, Hassan, is this. When I'm talking about the problems that's being generated from the north, I'm not talking about corruption, things like that. those other civil and all that kind of stuff, we all have all that in common. But what I'm talking about is the unfairness that's coming from the North, trying to dominate and do things extra constitutionally, take over people, go to their forests. There's no other section of the country that goes and occupies other people's lands, for example, their forests. There's no other section of the country that says, okay, we're going to go over there and take you over, right, and make you Christians. Southerners don't do that. Southeasterners don't do that. IPOP doesn't do that. The only thing IPOP does is defensive in nature, which says we're going to protect our land, right? So if you want to be intellectually honest, then next time this will make a fascinating conversation, right? So I'm not going to hold you up to it tonight. I'm going to prepare you psychologically to be able to be one of us. By that, here's what I mean by one of us. Any Nigerian, especially from the South, they're not going to come here beating down on some other tribe, really, if you really want to know the truth. Any educated Southerner wants Nigeria to do the right thing, to be one, right, to be fair, to obey the Constitution. If where the Constitution needs amendments, they'll be proposing it to say, make this Constitution a little more fairer. You're never going to hear any Southerner trying to beat down the North. If you see, show me. Now, you're going to hear Southerners say, look, I don't want the Northerners to do this or do that.
I thought that was your favorite sport, Pansat.
I was just asking, I was just going to tell him to look at the mirror.
Yeah, I'm looking at the mirror and I'm saying to you, what I see in the mirror is somebody saying, North, don't do this, it's unfair, right? So you cannot be above reproach, right? You cannot be condescending. You cannot be above criticism. If you yourself,
is this an African 60-second Nigerian?
Okay, all right.
That's what I was about to say, woman. Can I come in now?
Okay, all right. You after this, I'm done. I'm just gonna say,
after this, Pastor, let other people speak now. We are not. I mean, please, sir, a woman, please, sir, can I just interject a bit?
Let Pansat land this point. You have a little intermission, Hassan gives the final word, and then we just move on. I think we've labeled the topic.
Yeah, thank you. Let me use this opportunity to thank you, Hassan, for being polite and civil, and then also giving us some answers the best as you can. And Baba, I also thank you for letting us use up most of your time. So I'll suspend the rest of what I have to say until next time we will meet with Hassan. We'll make it intellectual. Thank you very much. One man, thanks for allowing us to air this out. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Hassan, you know what he did there? We say, you know, the thing there for record here say that Nami be the #1 defender of Fulanis, in this, in this platform. Okay, I'm the only one that doesn't beat around the bush. Okay, I said that the problem of Nigeria is all northerners. You know what I'm saying? I said because these Fulanis from Gambia, from Senegal, from Ivory Coast, from Sudan. You know, I wouldn't be telling you the type of people that, I mean, they are so nice people. I do go to their homes here in Germany. They will tell me, they will come in from their working place. Tony, please go to my house. My wife is at home. You know what I'm saying? Go and pick some rice. You know, this kind of rice they usually make with a granite soup. You know now, They will cook for me, and then I will go there. They will know where this bokas or this Muslim dress like they wear in Kwara and Edo. Also, some of the Edo people. You know what I'm saying? That woman, they call it Aisha Yusuf. Are they hammer them everywhere? You know what I'm saying? So then me are not there against any Fulani person. Okay, what I'm saying is that it is the Northerners. Even when they are most of the Southerners are trying to do the cry, the middle bed cry, say that they are kids. I said no, they are even the #1. They are at the forefront of this cheating. Whatever you call it, from of this quota system that they have been using against us, that those are even the leaders of the Northern Governors Forum, they are the administrators of the Northern Chitty group. So as a Fulani, people are very nice. You can ask one man. I know that you must be having his number. You can talk to him privately. He will tell you that Tony always say no, Fulani is never the problem, because we do see Fulani people when they sell those women, when they sell their milk or whatever, they don't wear no this. They tie their scarf like my mother. You know what I'm saying? They have this wrapper, this short wrapper that they wear also, and then they have this African shirt. You know what I'm saying? Fulani people, they do accompany the cows. You know, when I was growing up in Ibadan and Benin, we see them, their wife will be following them. They don't wear nothing. They can even bring their breasts out and they'll be feeding their children. You know what I'm saying? So, Fulani, the problem of Nigeria is not caused by the Fulani ethnic group. It is caused by Amadou Bello say agenda of Northerners first. Say Northerners first. So that is why when I will say that okay, that we cannot be together with a Nahoro. It's set under an arrangement of true federalism where everybody can be on their regional basis and then make its contribution to the center. Otherwise, we break up the country. So that because Nigeria is just it's a geographical expression. Because actually, forget about what Pansat is telling you. We are not one people. I'm not denying that. But we can live together as fellow African brothers and sisters so that we can be having that kind of cordial relationship like we are having with the Gambians, the Senegalese. These are original Fulanis, from Guinea. Yeah. They are very nice people. So I have not against you. If I see Fulani woman, I will marry her. I told something. You know what I'm saying? So I don't get problem with you.
All that one is by the way. You see, Mr. Tony, I
Yes.
like that you say your mind and all that, but I just want to point something to you out. You see, it is the default human position that when he is confronted with challenges, except that person is true to himself, he usually finds fault outside of himself and point it. Scapegoating and
Yes.
even in history of cultures and the anthropology that Pansat was talking about before you interjected, before I came. What has always happened is that from time immemorial, when people are suffering from something, whether it is a natural epidemic, or say a drought or something like that, historically, before the human mind became civilized, they take virgins and they do sacrifices. So they put all their problems, they spiritually take it on one person and then sacrifice that person. So in the Nigerian context, it is easy to hit on the north because most of the times you hardly find northerners on the streets where all these discussions are made. So because that position is not being defended, you can say untruths over and over and over again that they speak to become like the truth. So a lie said over and over and over again may seem like the truth for somebody who is locked in an echo chamber. But I would just like to advise you and Pansat to broaden your horizon. And for those who are not in Nigeria, who only see Nigeria through the screen of their phones, maybe since they left their village have taken decades and have not come to Nigeria, I think you're not being fair to yourself if you think you can judge the reality of Nigeria and the
No,
comfort
not me, my brother. Hold on. Not me.
No,
No,
no, no,
hold
no,
on.
no, no. Just let
just
him speak and then we
let
move
me
on.
finish.
It's getting a bit,
So
you know.
I think we have banded around this topic for long, and I think we can just leave it at that the way it is now. We will still have other opportunities in the future to continue, discussing these things. But thank you all of you for bringing out all your emotions and the things that have been disturbing you, and hope I've been a really nice punching bag. At least you have got some of your frustrations out because I am not the north. I am not in the elite class. Those people who make the decisions that affect all of us, and it's unfortunate that we come here and we keep blabbing about tribe and tribe and tribe. Meanwhile, the real enemy maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm talking to dollar millionaires, and maybe you guys are well to do, and maybe that is why you want and the narrative to be about tribe and religion. Meanwhile, the real problem that we are facing in Nigeria is a class struggle that the economic situations of the ordinary person needs to be improved so that he will have hope in life. Most of the situations that we're talking about are in crime. There's always, where there is poverty, there will be crime. So let's get our people out of poverty first before we begin to be yarning about all these big grammar and all these ideas. So if there is another topic, one man, that we can get into, please, why shouldn't we just get into? And
Yes, I think well done, Hassan. By the way, I think we overlabeled that, and I'm not sure that we got anything out of it. We spent an hour and a bit on that space, and I don't think we evolved from any point. It's just people entrenching even further into already. The prejudices are there, and it's been there for so long that is baked into the psyche, and it's not for shifting. I think it will need a generational leap for this thing to be overcome, but with certain mindsets, it's not for shifting. There is no argument that can ever shift it. But thank you for putting on a valiant effort, Hassan. Of course, stay there. Take us to Ondo State. Give us a little snapshot of what you think is going on in Ondo State and who you think will evolve from that space. From there, we go on to Baba, and then we carry on. Hassan.
I think it's obvious now APC will win, and that's just it. I think Baba should take the floor, and thank you everyone for listening, and I look forward to coming back in a couple of weeks to but I'll be in the background listening. I can only do this in the weekends mostly, to stay late and join the program. It's not as if I don't want to be available most of the time. It's just because I have to go to work, and I have to spend the whole night not sleeping. So you see, so I have to. My Sunday will be to sleep so well. But thank you, everyone. It's always good here, because when I come here, I learn a lot from everybody. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. We can hear the sleep in your voice, even Hassan. So thank you very much for that. So that's Hassan, of course, the majestic Hassan. Where is Baba? I was talking to Baba. Baba left. All right. Let's go to Larry then. Is Larry there? I think Baba just left immediately right now. I was going to go to him, and he just left. We didn't even hear anything from Baba at all. All right, we may just bag and target here. Actually, we've gone past the 4-hour marker. Anybody wants to make a final comment before we bag and target?
Yes,
right,
yeah. I just want to say thank you to Hassan for coming tonight. We have been missing him. He should come back. We have nothing against him. Like I just said that I love his tribe people. That I have no problem with his tribe people at all. That they are actually not the cause of the problems in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? So I hope that he's listening. So that it's on record here, and you, woman, you can also, you can prove me right. In that aspect, that I always defend the Fulanis here. That I always, say that those who call people we are trying to draw nearer from the northern part, those people from the middle belt, all those Danjumas and David Mark. Remember, I always say that they are the actual problem we are having, not those people that are not configured to know how to cheat. That is actually those people we are try to deal. They are the problem. The Fulani people that I know, although from Sudan, we are having it right now in Germany. They are very nice people, sir. Okay, woman, Oga. These people, they are very nice. And every Fulani family from Guinea, from everywhere, they are my best friends here. So that's I have nothing against him. Only that it is a problem of the political structure in Nigeria. That Amadou Bello, laid the foundation down for them, like Awolowo also laid the foundation of civilization, of tolerance. So that's what we're. That's where we're. That's where we're having some battles. So that is so you. Thank you very much, one myself, for let me come in that late. You know what I'm saying, and therefore allow me to speak. You know what I'm saying. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. So that's the mighty Tony. So thank you, Tony, and thank you, everyone. Let me sign.
Am I going to conclude here?
No, I did say if anybody else had anything else to say.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me flash up. Let me flash up Dupsey's session for tomorrow. And then you have the final word, and then we shut it down. So I'll flash Dupsy up. Do the thank yous to the super chatters, and then you have the final word. So Dupsy's session carries on tomorrow. She's asking now. She's not even asking. She's making a grand and a very bold statement. Women, whatever you do, don't get fat. So why is Dupsy saying this? She'll come and explain herself tomorrow. And if you want to hear the explanation that Dupsy is going to give, click on this hyperlink that I'm sending into the comment section right there. Click on that, bookmark that session, give it a like, and wait in readiness for Dupsy to straddle the driver's seat for tomorrow. She'll be ably co-piloted by Choma, of course. Dr. J will be there as well, and a variety of star sparkle female voices that you all know and enjoy. So go bookmark Dupsy's session tomorrow. Women, whatever you do, don't get fat. I don't have the bravity to say that, but Dupsy has the cojones to say it. She says it, she defends it tomorrow. And thank you, Ayo, of course, the super chats. I don't think we get super chats on if Ayo is not super chatting. And then we got Olumide Ogunjobi, who I think is he coming into that space for the first time? But thank you, Olumide, nevertheless. I could get Ome, of course, who always comes in heavy, and he does this time around. High Falutin, Bubble Money, I say. So thank you to all those. We didn't quite reach our threshold of 5 today. Hopefully there's always tomorrow. The final word to Pansat. Pansat.
All right, thank you very much, one man. Good show tonight. Things that come in small packages usually contain very, very good stuff in it, right? So this was a snappy little session, but it's really, really good. We got Hassan to stipulate to fairness, right? Impartiality. That's what we need in our country. From all portions of that country, we have to have fair-mindedness, rightfulness, even-handedness, and impartiality in that country. Now, we touched on the federal character in that country. Northerners have to bear in mind. Now, of course, wayward Southerners as well. The purpose of that FCP, F like Frank, C like Charlie, P like Paul, federal character principle. It was introduced in 1979 to promote balance, inclusion, representation in the country. Seeks to ensure that marginalization doesn't take place in our country to disadvantage communities and groups and people. So we are in that country practicing democracy. Democracy is, most people know it, supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people. A way of governing so that people are the ones who have the power. We do it by representation. We elect people to go there to represent us. Now, that democracy, you could have federal, you have state. The best ones are the ones that are local. The Northerners have to get in tune with this particular issue called democracy. That's what we have. Stop all the excuses, trying to create moral equivalency, a logical fallacy. If you talk to them about this, they start pointing to somebody's doing this over here. Take responsibility. Go to school. Do the right thing. Somebody like Hassan is able to come here, elucidate, defend his people, but then he has that problem, right? He has a problem of speaking freely without anybody, his neighbor hit him over the head. I could see his heart. He's here. Most Northerners don't come to platforms like this or Dr. Damages or Niger Watch. Why? Why would some people run away from light as a stimuli? When you run away from light, you run away from the truth. Fellow Nigerians will gather in all these forums trying to discuss. We should have tens of Hassan on these platforms. A lot of these platforms are very friendly to Northerners, especially this one here. Someone like myself, I cannot distinguish Baba from a Northerner. I believe I've come here accusing him of a Northerner and all that. But we had a great discussion. We had Hassan stipulate to fairness, stipulate a lot of the things that most Southerners will stipulate to. So one man, I commend you for providing us a forum. I hope you do it again next time. Try to make it a main show. Promote it. Invite Northerners to come. Invite Southerners to come. Invite Muslims. Invite Christians. Let's talk in brotherhood, right? So if we could do that, I believe that it's going to be fruitful. We should just seek for that equity in the country. So I'll end it there. I would also encourage people to come to Dupsie's show tomorrow. At least I'll be watching. If I'm not a participant, I'll be watching. Dupsie, you've seen her, gorgeous, beautiful, fair-minded, educated woman, and also a feminist at the same time, but also my babe, though. That's her best title she has. And I believe Choma will be there as well. So thank you. I'll see you, everybody, tomorrow. You have a good night. I'm going to dinner, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.